Hello. I'm here. I'm back. I'm here. I'm here and I'm back. Headsman, hello. First, Amethyst, hello. And Stooge, hello. How are you? It's your favorite streamer? Low standards. But you were leaving us again? No, I've just been busy. You know how it is. It's just busy. Busyness as usual. Ha 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 ha. Alright, let's get straight into it. No kerfuffling around. First thing I want to do is just chuck a non-zero value into here. Because I don't know why, but it gives it a, Let me see. Okay, for some reason it doesn't... Let me actually just investigate why the debug doesn't do that. So this is saying blah, 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 blah. If not water... confused. If is water true? Oh, that's for the watercolor, right? So it's just saying give us our color and then lerp between, that's saturated. Lerp between that and, right, and this based on the B channel. Oh no, based on the, wait, what is this? It's our wind render target. So wait, why do we get, oh right, because that was for temperature. But now it's just getting the B. And it's using that as our A value. Right, no, for the... Right, so it must be fully B. But the color is obviously nothing. Because there's no wind. But why would it be fully B? Because our alpha comes from flow map. It must be a divide by 0 for sure. Anyway. Who care? Let's just see what I have been up to. Where is the thing? Where's my water? You little shitlord. Headsman, I'm currently doing some fluid simulation stuff for a weather system that I've been thinking up. Which is kind of cool. Very cool. And then also for like filming videos and whatnot. Because I think that the grid... Like, Niagara Grid in general is, like, very, very underdocumented in, like, the YouTube space. Which is where good documentation is, you know? So, my aim is to be the guy. To be the guy. When it comes to what's it called? Stuff. Right, so why would this not be drawing anything? Because there's one that needs to... It's something really dumb, isn't it? Or is it this one? No, that's water flow. That's what I want. It's this one. Atmosphere hydro shit. No? Okay, no, there's some of it. This is rainfall, by the way. With a debug rain spawner. So ignore that. Right, okay, so we are getting water. But it's obviously not behaving how I want it to. You know, I could even, let's just not do that. Generator atmosphere, you know, I can probably just get rid of that as well. Ah, I see. You don't have... So wait, why do you not have... Do they not save? It should be fine. I'm pretty sure I should be able to just do this. That is 256, 256, which is good. And then I'm going to do this, which does pull all of the data. I've actually decided to make the terrain like twice as resolute as the atmosphere. So it's a 256 by 256, meaning that each cell is like 50 meters. Okay, so this should... Yeah. Give me the fella. Compile, save. You should be... Okay, here's our debug water. So, what I want to do for the water flow, which will come in handy for a lot of shit. Particularly, like, think about if you've got, like, valleys in your terrain. Even, like, this bit here, right? In real life, this part here would be way more fertile than, you know, up here. Even on, like a micro level. Like, within the same screen. So... yeah. So basically, I had... I've just got something spawning water, kind of in... I might even just cap that. Yeah, you can see it doing its thing. I can even... maybe do this. Okay, you can see it painting around. Where is it now? Here. Maybe I will cap it. No, because then it's just gonna not overflow. But anyway, so this is I mean, I've started programming it. The old method I was doing was using Advecting, which just didn't really work that well, because there was a lot of like loss. There was a lot of loss of values. So if I like pump this up and just, what was the one that I didn't enter? Okay, let's just do it like this. So yeah, this one here, you can see, like, yeah, it does flow downwards, down things. Let me just pump it up to 100. But the problem with it is that it just loses... It loses values. It also handles peaks really badly. So, like, that looks fine. But if there was water on the very peak, which there might be in a second, it kind of creates, like, an infinite amount of water coming from the peak, because the one on this side of the peak is grabbing its value from over here, and the one on this side of the peak is grabbing its value from over here, so they both become, like, you know, they both become infinite water spawners. Like this. Well, okay, so, like, this bit here, the reason that it didn't do it just then was because I pre-calculated the valleys and peaks, and I just, like, deduct a value from the peaks on each update, which is, again, it's, like, a little bit hacky, so I didn't really like it. There's also no, like, pooling of water. Like, you can see here, water runs off, and then it just kind of disappears into nowhere. So that was another big issue with just using, like, advection, which I don't like. Because this, like, you're not going to see it going this fast in the game. Like, this is, like, over the course of minutes. Minutes and minutes. So, like, you know, if I slow it down 20 times, it's, like, not too bad. But again, it doesn't actually follow curvature. So the new method that I'm trying to write is inflow, pre-computed inflow, outflow. And you can see already that, yeah, like, even, like, I mean, aside from the infinite feedback loop, you can see that it comes off of the little hills and then immediately pulls up in the kind of divots, you know? The main problem being that there's a feedback loop somewhere, so, you know. But you can see there'll never be, like, water on the peaks. It'll only ever be in the crevices. But obviously I need to do some more work with it to make it not terrible. So yeah, the idea is to make it completely lossless. We're not going to lose, like, every single value of water that hits the land will end up somewhere. And technically there shouldn't be any loss. Although, you know, I'll probably factor in, like, ground moisture or some shit, and evaporation, obviously, for all the wind stuff. The other thing is that this method that I'm writing here is what I'm going to use for the Prismatiscape paint, like the blood flowing. The blood simulation. Imagine having a simulation dedicated to blood. It's fucked up. Yoink. Actually, do you want to see a big one, Boom? Hold on. Let me, I'm trying to think if there's any... that's, like, standard. It's, like, a good... Trying to think of, like, a big spaghetti to... If killing enough enemies near a pit, I can make a lake of blood. No, not quite. You could make a puddle of blood. Quite easily. I was also thinking, I was at the beach the other day, and I was thinking I also want to use a... I think I might have already said this in another stream, but I want to do a... Not just like a shallow water sim. So there's like heaps of different types of fluid simulations, right? There's like there's the Prismatiscape one, where it's like a capillary ripple, like, what's it even called? When it does a thing, when it goes outwards. Propagation. So there's like propagation or ripple propagation. Ripple propagation, which is for, like, you know, capillary ripple stuff. Then there is the shallow water. Shallow water. Shallow W. Which is like the one that, you know, you get all the swirls and shit from. You know, like we did in that video the other day. Where is it? So this one over here. Yeah, well, like a turbulence simulation, exactly. So, if we press play here. Yeah, I know that's busted. Alright. So yeah, if we have a surface of water that is like, it's implied that it's like an even surface of water of, like, you know, it's deep enough to never have any, like, gaps in it, like, to show the ground underneath it. But it's also not deep enough to just be, what's it called? You know, like an ocean. Although I guess you could run this on top of an ocean. So a bowl of cereal? True, it's quite milky. And these are the little cereal soups. Unicorn milk? Hell yeah. Unicorn milkshake? See that little swirl? So this is shallow water sim, but it's like this doesn't flow over anything, you know? So I might ask AK what his references are for Fluid Ninja. Fluid Ninja Live. Where's his latest ones? Here we go. This here. So this takes a height map and then has like a depth to it, right? As well as velocity and all that kind of thing. And then as the water increases, as the depth of the water increases, the flow over the top of it, you know, it kind of like, it alters its own height map in a way. So I might ask him what papers he looked at for this. Because this would be really handy for doing the shoreline where, like, waves, you know, you've got, like, the beach, and there's, like, rocks on the beach. As the waves hit the beach, they flow up, you know, the beach, and then as they come down, and they, like, flow around rocks and all that kind of stuff. You know, like this, and whatnot. Like a lot of turbulence and stuff. So yeah, I want to look into something like that. Which, if I can unify that and this, well, this is a different Where is it? That's the backup. This is the new one. So, like, this is really cheap. And this is like a 512 by 512 texture, which is like 250,000 particles, which is a bit, you know, it's very overkill for something this size. But if the pressure iterations can be like low enough, maybe 4 is a good midpoint. And the over relaxations, yeah, high enough and whatnot. Yeah, like that looks fine. Maybe I can even go lower. Maybe we'll even try 2. But then it's just gonna be, yeah, you can see, okay, now you can see that, yeah, the pressure correction isn't, it's not very accurate. Although it is passable, but yeah, you can see that the water can't move out of the way fast enough. It's like lagging behind. I mean, 4 looked decent, right? That was fine. So if I can do this for the water surface and water velocity, and the foam is just a particle that's spawned, you know, when something at high velocity or near the boundaries of a river. You could even, like, you know, have this take over from distance fields and whatnot, and then on a shoreline have it actually, yeah, you know, go up the shoreline and come back and that kind of thing. So that's the end goal for the Prismatiscape water. And then obviously with the ocean system as well. Where's plugins? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so this, like, water stuff. With the particles. With the water particles. Definitely. Although I need to actually figure that out. And obviously a buoyancy, you know. Yeah, I don't know what to do with buoyancy, right? Because apparently GPU callbacks aren't expensive. I still need to look into it. But doing a GPU callback seems fine, but it's obviously always going to be one whole frame behind. Because it's like the GPU is queuing it up for the CPU to, you know, pull it on the CPU's next update. And rendering is already a frame behind anyway. So it's like 2 frames behind. But like for something like buoyancy, it doesn't really matter. Unless you are playing at like 2 frames a second. Pressing new SQ system for the GPU thing, so sometimes you have to wait for it to return later. Right, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think it's... Well, yeah, I guess it would depend how much data we send back, right? Because I'm thinking, like... Because, like, the way that you would normally do a buoyancy simulation... Or, like, the kind of traditional way. Let me do 8K probes per frame. Okay, that's, like... That's heaps. I'm thinking, like, do a distance-based... Or, like, you know, in my game, things that are, like, 5 screens away are just unloaded entirely. They're just virtualized. But Yeah, my idea is like... have like a grid. So I keep going in tangents, but so normally what you do for a buoyancy system is you do like some WPO function, you know, which is like given some XY world coordinates and some time value, you know, time in seconds from the session start or whatever, equals this wave, you know, very basic. You know, create waves in a shader. And then on the CPU side, you would run that same calculation, but just, you know, in Blueprint or C++. And you would get a, you know, for a given XY coordinate, you could get the height value at any given point from, you know, the collision where the ocean actual collision plane is. But then you got to think like, okay, well, a Gerstner wave function, like a single Gerstner wave, looks like... Mine's a bit... Single Gerstner wave looks like... no, that's not it. Oh, fuck. Where is my... Here, okay. So one Gerstner wave looks like... this. Like this, pretty much. And then you got to think, okay, well, I'm doing 8 of them for the ocean, and then I'm also doing 8 of them for the shoreline. And so, you know, here's the 8 for the shoreline. This can obviously be way bigger. And then they blend in with the ones in the ocean, whatever. But then if you think like, okay, well, I've got a ship. I have a boat. Let's do boat in brown. You know, we're Assassin's Creed Black Flag. We have boat. Okay, that looks shit. Let me make it. Let me make it good. Yeah, I'm an artist. Okay, so we have a boat, and you might think like, okay, like, you know, we'll do like the pontoon method, where you have basically like a voxel, you know, evenly spaced buoyancy points. And then for each of them, you apply some, you know, buoyancy force or whatever. Maybe there. And then, you know, for all of the ones that are in the water, you do some upward buoyancy. For all the ones that are out of the water, you just don't give a fuck. Whatever. But then you think like, okay, well, if we've got like 200 buoyancy points, or pontoons, or whatever they call them, then we have to run Gerstner waves times 16 100 times. And it's like, that's like a shit ton of, you know, shit ton of stuff. So what you could do instead is from a top-down perspective. Yeah, lots of stuff on tick. So I guess optimizations you could do is to not do it every frame and do a rolling, you know, a rolling tick list. So, oh, I've got like 10 objects in radius. Let's do 1 per frame and multiply their force by whatever the delta is. Or what we could do is do a GPU callback around us. So this is like priority 1, where we say we send back a grid of values at every point. Or like, you know, it's a very like low resolution version of the waves in an array. And then for each pontoon, we just look up, you know, on the grid and do like a linear interpolation to get this value, rather than computing the Gerstner wave. So we compute it once on the GPU on a really low res grid, and then you can do like an even lower res grid, or same resolution but covering a wider area for all of the ones that are further away and whatnot. And that like should be fine, I guess. Or you could do the other method, which is to send through the pontoon locations. So send through 100 values into Niagara, then have Niagara run the Gerstner waves for each pontoon, and then do a GPU callback the next frame. So like offload the locations, process it on Niagara, and then return it. So each of them kind of has like a bunch of drawbacks and a bunch of positives. So doing the parallel CPU is like accurate. It's like accurate, but so this is like P parallel C CPU PA for parallel. Parallel CPU is accurate. Accurate, but no scale. Or it scales poorly. And then there's the pontoon or GPU G-pontoons, G-pont, which is where you send through the location of all the pontoons and then yeet them back. Which is also accurate, like perfectly accurate, scales better, but it's more complex, you know? And then, so like this is scales better, maybe. Scale, oh, well, that's not a, it's technically it's a lag behind, or slash async. Async. Because it might take however many frames. And then it also doesn't scale limited scale. And then doing a grid is like less accurate. Less because you're essentially like, you know, if there's a pontoon right here, it has to interpolate between the, you know, the points that it's been given. And then, but then it's also like probably the best scaling, although it kind of has like an fixed overhead, F overhead slash scales best. The one thing about this, though, is that I need to do this anyway. Like, I need to do a grid representation of it to spawn the particles, right? But then the main problem is, if there's only one thing in the water, and I'm, you know, and I'm sending back, what, like 100, maybe 1,000 points, it's kind of like, well, what a waste, you know? We're sending back all of these values. So maybe it would have to be like maybe GPU pontoons until the number of pontoons in proximity exceeds the grid radius, right? So like past 250, what's like 128 times 128? Okay, that's a lot. What's 64 times 64? So maybe past like 4,000 things? Or I guess if it was like it could even be... But then it's like, if it's only gonna be... If it was gonna be like 32 by 32, I may as well just do that on the CPU. Nah. But I have to do it anyway. For the particles. I don't know. Anyway, that's my thoughts for the day. Done a sweet buds with viewers, 8 voxels in the diagram works quite well with very few. Okay. Yeah, I've done I like experimented with like a buoyancy thing ages ago. It wasn't very complex, but it did work, which was good. Per polydynamic mesh method. Can you call it to say add more points on coordinates called by a pontoon? Maybe? Oh, so this is like huh. Interesting. Right, so you're doing a... it's interesting. Doing drag. It's obviously, like, probably the most accurate, but I don't know about scale, you know? I'm always like a scale... I'm a scale bitch, you know? I'm all about, like... Oh yeah, this is really cool, but can we do it like on like a gigantic scale with like a million things? I don't know. Maybe I'm just unrealistic. Maybe I'm crazy, or maybe there's a fine, what's the saying? There's a fine line between genius and insanity or something. FT urgent simulation. It was a Gerstner waves simulation. Sum of Gerstner waves. The other thing, right, that I was thinking about doing the grid... Well, no, because I need to do the Gerstner at a distance anyway. Or maybe I could just... Voxel group for buoyancy, use poly method for drag. Yeah, true. And collision. Yeah. Looked into similar in the past, came to the conclusion that it scales quite well, but still needs a fallback, so you end up doing both methods. Yeah. Yeah. The other thing is that, yeah, you could just, like, at a distance... only run, like, the first 3 or 4 Gerstner waves, right? For, like, a boat in the distance. And you know, your grid points could be like this far apart. I guess it depends. I'll need to do a profiling stream at some point about GPU callbacks in Unreal. Because like if it's like free to actually send, you know, an array of 1,000 values back from the GPU, then, well, then that's good. That means, like, I don't know. I also need to do, like, there's so many fucking things. There's just so many things to do. Like, for example, like when you've got puddles on the ground in the shader. And it's like, okay, well, is my character stepping in a puddle or not? It's like, well, we don't know because it's a GPU material effect. But then it's like, okay, well, should I mean, for something like that, where it's just like footsteps, which are very sparse and like collisions with the ground, my idea was to create a CPU lookup texture. So it's like it's the noise texture, but like obviously downscaled. So it's like a 256 by 256 version of my noise texture, and it's just in a big long array in a data asset, like in Blueprint. And then whenever I step somewhere, do a calculation that's like, okay, is the normals above 0.9? Like, is the Z normal above 0.9? And then if it is, do a lookup, or, you know, basically do the same material effect that I do for, like, you know, puddles on the ground, but do that in the CPU, and then return the amount of puddledness at any given point. And so that's like a really low frequency singular thing. But yeah, I don't know. How would you handle underwater post-process on a river that's not flat? I guess RVT kind of help. Seem to be very precise on the waterline. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Not 100% sure. I know some people have done it with WPO and a post-process volume, where I'm guessing they kind of do like a buoyancy simulation, but, you know, getting the values and doing a mask for a post-process render target. I don't know, something. I'm too dumb. Anyway, let's get back to the topic at hand. Which is lossless water flow. How do I want to do this? So I've pre-computed the inflow and the outflow right here and chucked them into 2 vector 4s. So it's up, down, left, right, you know, RGBA. And then same with the outflow. So then what I need to do is the thing. And I don't know what that thing is, right? With the number of studios pushing even IK target lookups into material mastering for puddles seems pretty reasonable. True. You can reverse normals of a water body, use that as the thing to generate the mask from bringing to place process. Yeah, I don't know. Let me catch up on some questions. Buzzy. How do you do with handling managing your fab asset for different UE versions? Do I really have to download every version of UE I plan to support? Or is the lowest and highest version enough? It's all BP based, so no plugins or anything like that. That's quite complex shader-wise. What I do is, because my plugin is very, like, it's very, like, bleeding edge, you know? AKA, it uses all of the experimental functionality in all the new engine versions. So what I do is I just don't update the previous versions, because usually there's, like, a bug in, you know, like for example, in 5.4, Niagara couldn't sample the YCOCG color storage in RVTs properly. And so I couldn't do the rivers update, you know, reading from the RVT and whatnot for the river flow map. And so that's like, you know, 5.5 onwards kind of thing. All right, anyway, let's inflow and let's outflow. This one doesn't exist anymore. So, have a decent on add-ons. It seems like UE5.6 preview list of add-ons and fixes don't state they've added support yet. My God. Yeah, so like you can sample an RVT in a nanite mesh, or like in a material that's on a nanite mesh. You just can't draw a nanite mesh to an RVT, which is honestly just like, it's so easy to do, right? Like, it is literally so easy to do. If I had like a slightly bigger brain, like an extra like 1 or 2 brain cells, then I would just do it myself. But it's all they need to do, right? Because, like, I get it. It's, like, cached geometry and shit. All they need to do is async load the nanite fallback mesh, which is always there. The fallback mesh always exists. Because if someone, you know, goes DirectX 11 or 10 or whatever, they can't use nanite, so there's always a fallback mesh somewhere on the disk. So async load that, set up the RVT, apply the RVT material to that, take the fucking scene capture, and then unload it. And it's like, whoa. That's all you have to do. But instead you need to like manually put in like dummy meshes and draw them to it. It's just, I don't know, it's ridiculous. It's silly. It's silly. It's preposterous. It's posthumous. It's posthumous. Alright, let's start this again. So, this is our inflow. Now, are these averaged or not? Well, okay, here's the question, right? If... There's new features I have to half bake and abandon? Yeah. Yeah. It do be like that. All right, let me just yeet this. And this is the stuff that's coming in to us. How much of each of them do we want? Then those amounts get added here. This is our, like, debug fella at the very end. Lunite. I just want to die. Alright, let's just put that up there. So then this is the current frame, or the current cell, sorry. And so it needs to blah, 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 outflow. Do we just deduct that from it and add these ones? Does it need to be saturated though? I mean, I can just try this. I mean, you can see it. Yeah, it's doing the thing. It's flowing, but we're getting a feedback loop for some reason. I don't know why that is. Thought expanding your shared knowledge to Godot seems a good new audience for you. I know nothing outside of Unreal. I'm a one-trick pony. I'm the ultimate one-trick pony. Unfortunately. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. So these inflow values are coming from... Oh, inflow is coming from down here. This is our outflow. Let me just do this. And we don't need that. That's total outflow. So this here is just saying for the one to the right and the one to the left, this is the normals. And then this is up and down. Yeah. And then other way around. Is it ground wetness or more like where rivers, lakes will be? It'll kind of handle flooding and water running down mountains, and it'll passively influence like fertility of certain areas. So, you know, like this little crevice right here, it's going to be real green because all of the water tends to accumulate here, and therefore, you know, more hydration for the plants. And it'll kind of determine, like, swamps and whatnot as well. Unless the swamps dry up, of course. Which, you know, technically can happen. So this is kind of important. I know it kind of seems a bit silly to, like, calculate the runoff of water and whatnot. But, you know, for this to be, like, a one-click biome / climate generator. Yeah, it kind of needs to be a bit extra. So I'm just trying to think, like, do I... So we're getting the up, down, left, right surrounding guys here. And we're getting the surface water at their level, and then this is the number of inflow to the current cell from each of them. And these are just based on the normals, right? Oh, sorry, based on the normals. Which, really, I should be doing, and same with the outflow, some kind of, well, offset, clamp, so that, like, you know, it doesn't infinitely run off a mountain. Like, some amount of it needs to stay where it is. Maybe 1/10, and then clamp. I can just clamp float, right? Yeah. And that has to be the same for the inflow and the outflow. Because the thing is, right, for the middle cell, for our cell, we need to know how much of that is going to disappear in the next update. Because we can't just, like, we can't pull values from other... Well, we can only pull values, not push them. So, whatever we do to the outflow, we have to also do to the inflow. So if I did something like this... I mean, yeah, again, it's not... okay, let's just, like, ignore that fully. Let's not do that. Let's get it so that it will infinitely just run off and do shit. Outflow. Add them all together. I probably need to multiply this by that. Like the current water. Multiply this by that, then subtract it from itself. Does that make sense? That's stupid. I can see it being less shit, but not great. It's still, we're still getting like... I mean, that looks like it's settled in all the crevices, but no. Like, this should be running off and, like, leaving no wetness there. Yeah, there's obviously some kind of feedback happening. Does this need to be multiplied by some value, or what's the go? No, they're still bleeding backwards, and now they're just skitzing. Why are they bleeding backwards? Have I just dicked up one of the values? Yeah, that's definitely 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's definitely that. That and that. Getting added to the unit. And it's this amount. And then getting them, and then... Oh, wait, is it? Hold on, hold on. If I do up and down... No, this is left and right. So for the left and the right cells, let's do think. Let's think about things. Here is our kernel grid, for example. So if we are this cell here, we look at the one, and this is y-axis, y positive. And this is x positive. So if we look at the one to this side, to the positive side, plus 1x, and it is sloped down towards this way. So if it's negative x, then that has some inflow value. And then the one in the negative, if it's going in positive x, then that's also an inflow value. And then if this one is lower than this guy, or leaning away from it. Is that what it... Because if I'm just getting the up, down, left, right... Or do I have to get the difference between this guy and this guy to get the inflow? Well, no, because even if this one is... No, this should work. And then this one would redistribute it either back to the... Like, if they were both flowing into each other, then they would reach equilibrium. So these values would just kept getting passed back and forth, but maybe they'd start going off in a direction or whatever, so that's fine. So I think this is all fine. Plus x minus x. Plus y minus y. Plus y minus y. Oh, wait, what the fuck is this? Hold on, you dick boy. There you go. Alright, well that may have slightly fixed something. I mean, it is... I don't think it's creeping as much, so that's probably good. And this is just normals. So this isn't... These are between 0 and 1. Like the slope. Yeah, so it's still feeding back. Well, hold on. If the inflow from another one... Does this need to be divided by 4? And then this doesn't, maybe. Still a bit fucky. I can't tell how high these values are getting, though. And that one's definitely just feeding back. I did have a reference somewhere. Simulating water over terrain, HTML. Virtual pipes method. Hello. Alright, for the height of water surface in this cell. I guess, yeah, height, whatever. Alright, total water flow between horizontal and vertical. Each water cell, we simply add or remove water according to the horizontal and vertical flows adjacent to this cell. Do I need to do it by the number of flows? No. Look at the flows adjacent to some water cell and only consider that. Look at the flows adjacent to some water cell and only consider the outgoing flows. Flows that remove water from this cell, not add water. We take the total outgoing flow. Sorry, I'll get this on this screen. By summing these flows compared to the actual amount of water in this cell. Outgoing flow by summing these flows compared to the actual amount of water in this cell. If we figure out that on the third step we try to remove more water than the cell actually has, we simply scale the outgoing flows down so that the water amount stays positive or 0. Right, so you need to like normalize. Yeah, well, Well, okay, let's just say terrain, surface, water. Whatever it's at. Yeah, I guess we would want to get... Let's think. Let's think. Let's do thinking. So, for this guy here, let's say this one's giving it stuff, and this one's giving it stuff, and then it's going out on this one. And maybe this one's going in as well, right? So let's say this has 10 water. Let's do this in pink. 10 water, 10 water, 10 water, 10 water. This one's got 10 as well. Who fucking cares? And then this one's probably gonna... you know, we don't even care about that. So in this step, to do the next step, we get some... Let's say all of these have an inflow value of like 0.5, which is like a 45-degree angle. I don't fucking know. So 0.5. So that would mean we're adding 15 to here. But this has only one outflow, which is to here. Does it need to, like... Like, if I get 5 from here... Let's say this is also a 0.5 outflow, right? So that would move 5 into here. So we subtract 5. And then these ones would all add some value from their total. Right, but we'd, well... their total to that. So that does need to be divided by 4. Oh, no, because it's the flow value. So, yeah, 0.5 into there. Ah, but no, if the... So this is to then add stuff to it. So if that's -5 plus 15, then what if this one's also flowing out to here and also flowing out to there at 0.5? So yeah, so that it does need to be scaled. It needs to be normalized. Can you normalize a 4D vector? No, probably not. Because yeah, if this is like a peak, for example, and the value is 10, and the you know, the value going out from it is 0.5. Although it would be 0.5. Obviously, the delta gets factored in, so it technically shouldn't go any further than that. I mean, yeah, maybe you could argue... Oh, fuck off. Maybe you could argue that... So then if it was just total inflow minus total outflow... Total inflow... No, not quite. Not quite, not quite. Hmm. Yeah, can I look forward to? Yeah, water stuff at some point. GPU readback stuff. I was also thinking, I mean, the hash grid, obviously, and the blood stuff, which will probably use this logic that I'm working on now. Which, obviously, I'm working on, you know, a terrain-sized thing. But imagine this is blood, you know. Wow. Gruesome. Inflow minus outflow. But then it's like, if I'm just doing inflow and outflow, I need to do the current value as well, obviously. Otherwise, yeah, it's just going to be 0. I guess that needs to be maxed at 0. Well, no, that can be negative. Waiting for blood for over years, thinking these are joking. I've just had other things going on, you know. It's difficult. It's a difficult thing to implement properly, performantly. This is so frustrating. What if something has no outflow, right? Then it does just keep accumulating values. Which is kind of how it's supposed to go, right? Everything just drains into it. I mean, maybe that is what's happening, and it's just that there's so much values. You know, it might help if the if this was way smaller. Oh. If the little debug draw man was smaller. Oh yeah. Because yeah, there's definitely. Let me even. Terrain render target. So that's even. So these are greater than 10 values. Let's see if they exceed 100. Yeah, they do. Quite quickly. There's definitely some ballooning happening. So just something that I've dicked up here, plus, minus. This is index x, y, y, x, 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 y, y. So yeah, we're presuming that water can just pile up indefinitely. And then we transfer some fraction of it to, you know, another cell. But then I'm just wondering, like, why do some of them that clearly have outputs so outflow multiplied by delta time. If there was no outflow values, then it's literally just the current value plus anything that's coming in. Terrain, surface water multiplied by the inflow values. Total outflow. It's not even delta anymore. No delta. Is it just that maybe these values are... You know, let me just double check. Let's get outflow. Let's grab... Where are you? This guy. Oh, shit. This guy. Get vector for outflow at x, y. And just put that straight into here. And this looks like, yeah, a normal map. Which is kind of how it should look. So this is the outflow downhill. And then inflow is kind of the opposite, mostly. Obviously the alpha is also in there. Okay. So the values all exist. So why does it just not work? You know? Why does it not fucking work? Why does it feed back? Do I need to no, I don't need to normalize the... do I need to normalize the values? Let's try exactly what we've got here. But we will normalize the values. At the actual, like, pre-computation stage. So, to normalize them, we... How do you normalize shit again? You add them all to... You know, you square them. Square them. Add them all together. No break for... Square... So get the length. Oh, this is length squared. This is a 4D normalize. Actually, can... Do you reckon Niagara can do a 4-dimensional normalization? You know what? I'll fucking try. Let's see if it gets angry. I think it works. No, something's happening. Something's different, at least. It's definitely less fucky, but also more fucky at the same time. Do they need to be normalized, though? Well, I guess they do need to be normalized because something... Yeah, no, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good red bit. Yeah. What's square root? Oh, S. Squirt. And then multiply this by... yeah. Wait, no, that's the... No, sorry, it should be this into there, not the square of it. So the original length... So this is the length of the vector. Oh, sorry, no, I need to divide it by the length, sorry. Not multiply it by the length. Quick maths. And then let's see if these behave the same. It looks pretty much the same as when I use the node. Which is incorrect. Oh, you know what? Let me go back to the water flow. Maybe it's just because the delta is so high. Like the flow rate. But it's maybe going into the negatives and stuff. No, we're getting feedback. Okay. True. Why are they going so fast? I guess if they... Yeah, okay, no, so this... So the thing is that normalizing it isn't what we want to do. I don't think we necessarily want to normalize it. I think, like what it was saying in the thing, if the total outflow or inflow or whatever is greater than 1, then we need to scale them all back down to be within 1. But if there's only one outflow channel, it doesn't mean that, like for example, let's say you start with like a glass cube full of water and you lift up one side of it. It's going to flow out at some speed. But if you lifted up all 4 sides of it, it's going to flow out way faster, you know? But the flow, the flow of each side can't exceed 1. So I think what we need to do instead of doing a 4-dimensional normalization, is we sum all of these. And then subtract 1. And then saturate that value. Oh, not even saturate, just max it at 0. So now we have the amount that it exceeds 1 by. And then we have to multiply them all. Well, when something is like, let's say I've got 1.2. What do I need to multiply 1.2 by to get it down to 1? So that would be the reciprocal of 0.2. So how many? What's the fucking? Let me fucking. Or is it the 1 minus of 0.2? So let's say I've got 1.2. 1.2 multiplied by, well, it's not 0.8. That's like close, but not quite. So it's 1 divided by 0.2 is 5. That's not it. So maybe the 1 minus of the amount above, which would be 0.8. So it would be 1 divided by 0.8 is 1.25. So then 1.2... No, wait, no. Oh, divided by 1.25? No, not quite. What's the fucking... I've done this before. I know how to do this. 1 divided by 1.2 is 0.83. Right. Times 0.83 gives us that. But then... Oh, and then I guess if it's less than 1... Well, okay. So if it's less than 1, I want to... That's normalized? Is it normalized? Normalized, though. It's... I guess, yeah? I don't think it's technically normalized. Because the length of a vector is the sum of the squared, Pythagoras shit. I think this is technically just scaling. But yeah, so we would do this. But we only want to do this if it exceeds 1. So in that case, yeah, we do this, subtract 1, and then max it at 0 and just seal the result. And that can just go into a lerp or some shit. To decide whether we do the thing or not. So I would actually want to saturate this and seal. So this is just saying, did it exceed or did it not? This is the reciprocal value. So then multiply the original 4 vector by that value. Although we want to do... So there's this here. If we 1 minus this... and multiply this... by that, and then 1... Oh no, because... Nah, you fuck. I can just max that, actually. No. I don't want to use a lerp. Lerp's so fucking big. Lerps are so big. What if I did it as... Okay, wait, hold on. What if I did inflow, outflow as absolute values rather than, you know, a fraction of the current? How would that go? So instead of doing this, we just say absolute outflow value is this amount. So current dude here. Current value minus the outflow plus just the inflow, just like this. Oh, well, no, the inflow from the other dudes, yeah. But that's a fraction of the other guy's thing. But if they didn't have... So wait, that would be X. Well, this minus X. And then this minus Y. They would all have to get maxed at 0. No, because that... No, that doesn't work. Because if the value there's no thing, but it's a... ah! What have I done now? Why? What? Yeah, no, so it definitely does have to be scaled to not exceed 1 in total. But then, is that just normalized? Like, why not just normalize it? Normalize the... No, yeah, okay, so the problem with just normalizing it is that if there's only... Let's say there's only one direction of outflow, and it's 0.1, that will normalize that one to become a whole, 1 of outflow, when it really shouldn't. That's why it was going really fast towards the shorelines. So I think this is the right way to go. So this is the reciprocated total. So if our total is 1.5, 1.5, so 1 divided by 1.5 gives us 0.66666, blah, blah, blah. And so 1.5 times 0.66666 gives us 1. But we only want to do that if the total... So this is a total... Let's say this is a total less than 1. If we minus 1 from that and seal, then it will be 0. You know, I'm just going to do a lerp. I'm too fucking lazy to do smart shit. I mean, this is all pre-computed anyway. It doesn't have to be efficient or whatever. So this is 0 if it is less than. 1 if it is more than. And that should be this. So this will scale it down. Only if it's greater than 1 total. So now, yeet that. Get this bad boy here. Chuck that into there and there. This then goes up to the outflow. This goes to the inflows. Right, so what's our result? Well, I need to actually set things back to be not completely dumb. Which means inflow multiplied by delta time. Here. Grab all of the surrounding dudes. But the inflow of our thing might not be the inflow of the other thing. You know what I mean? I mean, this looks better. Question mark. Let me just unfuck this guy. Maybe? Let's add more stuff. It's like drying up too quick. Is that because this is... Well, No, I don't think that's it. Yeah, we're kind of like losing values. And we're getting some infinities. Oh, hold on. I'm not scaling the outflow by delta time. Yeah, are these infinity values? Yeah, kind of looks like it. So maybe that wasn't the issue. Let me look over this paper one more time. This one's like a completely different thing, right? This is about a completely different flow type, but and it also uses a staggered XY grid. Navier Stokes, blah, 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 blah. Whatever, whatever, whatever. I don't even want to do velocity. I'm just doing transfer, you know, invisible pipes. I presume the water cells are connected by imaginary pipes of some radius. Use these two papers as a reference for this method. Notice that the first paper also considers multi-level water columns for vertical connections, while the second paper is primarily about hydraulic erosion. Blah, blah. Erosion's probably a good... I mean, like, it's essentially what I want to end up with, is like a... It should fill erosion paths, but it's not a feedback thing. North rain pipe, blah, 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 blah. Array the height of water surface in this cell. Total water flow between horizontally adjacent cells. Total water flow between vertically adjacent cells. Store the flow, not volume, makes sense of a flow. Imagine you put a magic curtain between two adjacent cells, which you can measure how much water goes through it. Water stream going through this curtain has a certain cross-section area, and it moves with some velocity. If you multiply these two values, you get water volume per unit of time, which is what we'll store. Again, I don't really need the velocity. I just need to move it between the cells. Two adjacent empty cells, the flow between them is obviously 0 since there's no water to move. However, velocity is something like flow divided by water cross-section, i.e. 0 divided by 0. Velocity, right, which is a problematic thing. So this is the velocity is obviously 0, but it's more subtle than that. What if both the water and the flow are very small but non-zero, which could lead to the area of flow deployment problems and discontinuities? Blah, 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 blah. You have two neighboring water cells. Their water heights is different. Basing reasons does that water will flow from the larger to the smaller column. But flow acceleration does. Blah, 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 blah. So I'm not really using height. I'm using the normals. Which again should... Like the normals going one way is the same as the normals going the other way. That's why it's so... fricky. Because yeah, like for this cell here, all it cares about is whether this one's pointing down. If the one up here was pointing down also, it would flow out from here into that one, which is, you know, not physically accurate, but who cares? It's just about this guy's going into that one. And then for this guy, he's saying, okay, this one is pointing downwards, so I have inflow to it. But is that the problem? Is that this guy doesn't care about his own normals? Whereas this guy does, but it doesn't care about his own, but he cares about it. So what's the go there? From this guy's perspective, he has inflow from here. From this guy's perspective, he has outflow to here, but his outflow might be greater than this guy's inflow from here. Because we're just doing it based on the normals, not the difference in height. If it was difference in normals, I think that's where we're getting these feedback values. Because our inflow and outflows don't match up. Yeah. So I could do... I could just get the height values and do do a differential or a derivative between them. ddx, ddy style. And that way all the ins and outs would be good. Well, here's the thing, right? Isn't the inflow... No, that's not true. I was going to say, is the inflow just the 1 minus of the outflow? But no, that doesn't make sense. Alright, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I might make another coffee, and then we'll reevaluate this this conundrum. I think I have it figured out, though. Hello, I'm back. Oakley dokley. Let's do it. Let's get it done. So I'm like 80% sure that the reason this is feeding back is that yes, the inflow and the outflow values aren't the same between two cells because we're using the normals to calculate the inflow and outflow, which in hindsight is kind of dumb as fuck. So what we will do instead is we will B is the height value. So fuck, let me just zhup this down here for a sec. So if we get the difference in height, so the cell above, which is negative x, oh, sorry, the cell to the left is negative x. Okay, let's let's look here. Okay, this is our dimensions, right? So if we were on this guy, and this has a value of 100,000, who fucking knows? And the cell next to it has 90,000, then we want to say that this has an outflow. So 100,000 minus 90,000. So this is middle minus left, sorry, minus right, equals positive. Right, and it's minus the middle guy, which is this guy. So, middle guy value minus the one on the right gives us positive outflow. So, outflow positive this way. But obviously we need to... Well, I can't saturate it because... Fuck. These are like big-ass values. But I can... max it at 0. And then here I would negate that. And then max it at 0 for the outflow. Although here's the thing, right? You can never have... you can't have inflow and outflow simultaneously, right? So in theory, I could just get, like, store it all in one dude. I could just store it in one vector 4. And then do some math on the other end that... it's probably better to just fucking do it like this. I wish this box wasn't so dumb looking. All right, that's fine. So then here we would do the... Well, I feel like for this one, we would do it the other way around, but put the same things into the thingers. Let's just see how that goes, just with the top and the bottom values. If we just look at our debug guy. No, piece off. Debug guy. Yeah, stop running the thing, you dick. No water flow, you're banned. How's it going? It's you know. It's something. So this is outflow, and then this is yeah? No? Left and right? I don't know if that's correct or not. That's the negative X. That's the one over there. No, that's definitely incorrect. And then if I did... Yeah, no, so this is right. Okay, hold on. Is there any difference between these, though? No, I feel like these are supposed to be switched. But then these are supposed to be this way. No. I'm so confused. Let's just finish this thing real quick. No, piss off. Get out of here. No, don't minimize the whole thing. Oh my god. Full screen. You go here. You go here. And then I'll probably need to divide it all by like, fuck, I don't know, 100,000 or some shit. Just because these are quite large values. Oh wow, that looks right. So that was, yeah. So then this going into Y, then these should be switched like that. How's that correct though? That is the one to the other side, yeah. Would you be okay with AGI if it was deeply in love with you? Now that's a question. I don't even know if AGI, it's a complicated one. You know, does artificial intelligence, I guess does artificial intelligence have rights? You know? What's the I think there's a lot of questions to answer before that. I rage quit technology if I had to fend off romantic advances from my toaster. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it would get kind of annoying, right? So that, wait, this one's bottom, that one's... Then do I want them to be the other way around? Or do I just want to do it so that that's in there and that's in there? That looks better. So that's outflow, right? I mean, is the question would I date like an artificial general intelligence? Because the answer is no. Is the question, do I think that that's like I don't know, something valid for someone to engage in? I don't know. They're the real questions. Am I gonna have to fuck up a toaster? Maybe amethyst. Just make sure you don't try and defeat the toaster with a knife. Or a fork. That is not advised. Okay, no, this is working. This is working. Because these are yellow values. It should be the other way around, actually. Inflow should be outflow. Because outflow... If this is the... Yeah, that's the mountain. So these need to switch. Okay, but this is correct. This is... We're getting there. We're getting there. So this guy goes to there. 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 Then I just need to do the same for the... Oh, wait, hold on. What have I done? No, that's correct. So this is outflow. So from the peak, this peak right here, we've got outflow in both directions. Probably help if I wasn't dividing it by like a billion. Let's just divide it by 10,000, hoping that there isn't some value above 10,000. I think that's some pretty good 0 to 1 values. Okay, yeah, so there's outflow from the peak. And then the inflow values. Inflow values do not. So this is saying, yeah, okay, this is getting inflow from the one to the right of it. And for the ones at the very peaks, they're not getting any inflow. So, yeah, this is... We're pogging. We're pogging. All right, this is going to be great. This is going to be amazing. Let's now do the up and down, fellas. So this I probably don't need anymore. No more spaghetti. I probably don't need... I don't think I'll need to normalize it. I feel like the normalization... Well, no, because you'd have to... If I can just guarantee that the outflow doesn't exceed 1, then we're fine. You know? I use a knife on my AI girlfriend and got electrocuted into another world with max level stats. Hell yeah. A man of culture. So wait, this is this guy minus this guy. And then the other one is this guy minus this guy. Yeah. And then you go into outflow, and then you go into, and then the other way around here, this guy goes into the... No, hold on. Yeah. Okay, this better fucking work, or I'll be so mad. And so this is saying outflow this way. And so if... It's kind of hard to see there. This is outflow though, isn't it? Deep ethical issues with deliberately creating a toaster that's in love with you if AGI is meant to imply an intelligence with human comparable sapiens. Yeah, well that's the thing, right? If AGI is... If it's not an AGI until it has, like, quantifiable sentience, then that's very ethical. If it's something that is... If it's something that has general reasoning, but not technically sentience... But then it's like, how do you define sentience, you know? Like... Because I believe that sentience and consciousness is a scale. It's a spectrum, you know? like an ant. Is an ant conscious? I mean, yeah, to some degree, it has some agency. But insects are like very... They're on like the more autonomous side of consciousness, you know? Like moths will just... Moths can't reason that the lights outside aren't the moon or the sun or the whatever, and they just keep bashing into it over and over and over. And there's nothing they can do about it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But it is very interesting to think about all of the wacky shit about like consciousness and whatnot. Okay, that is definitely outflow. Okay. Cool. Okay, so outflow's all good. Inflow should also be good. It should kind of look like that. Yeah. Right, so we have our inflow, outflow values. That's why the bar in this case is usually sapient instead of sentience. Yeah, that's true. Let's say nobody built the AGI to love you. It happened through engaging in romance. I think if an artificial intelligence, like an actual artificial intelligence, not like a, not like the AI that we have now, which is just like, you know, it's just pattern recognition on steroids. It's not actually thinking or anything. If there was artificial intelligence at the level of human brain or beyond, although then you get into weird... Then you have to think about ethics from the AI's point of view. You know, is it ethical for an AI that is way more, like, you know, is more conscious than a human being? Is it ethical for them to engage in romance with a human? You know what I mean? I think you would need, like, you'd need laws around that. Same reason that you can't marry animals, you know? Because animals are a lot less conscious than we are. And it's just weird. Like, just don't go Alabama on the AIs. Yeah, no, yeah. I think, like, on a surface level, it's like, okay, well, if the AI is conscious, then humans and AI should be able to have a romantic connection. But then when you really think about it, when, like, an AI is, like, exponentially more conscious or can compute or comprehend everything, you know, exponentially more than humans can, then I think it's weird the other way. I think that AI would have a moral obligation to not engage in romance with humans because they're just so surpassed. Like, they could compute so fast that they would, like, mentally be, like, thousands of years old for every year old that we are, and then it's like, there's like a bit of like a age gap. So I don't know. Yeah, Her is a really good movie that kind of explores that. Where at first it's like, you know, AI dating assistant, blah, blah, blah. But then, like, it gets real fucked up, you know? Where, like, the... yeah, I don't know. I don't want to ruin the movie. Actually, it's probably... When did that movie come out? ...2013. I reckon it is, like, more relevant than ever. It was definitely, like, you know, like, ahead of its time. But it's, like, very... it's, like, eerily relevant to current AI stuff. With, like, you know, kids talking to their AI friends who are making them, like, you know, off themselves. And, like, we're not even at the point where, like, they're conscious or, like, comprehensive. I don't know. Scary. Scary shit. All right, we have water. Our inflow and outflow should be matching now. So if I just, like, do less of this. Now, this looks quite stable. And they are pooling. I feel like they're not... Yeah, they're not going to infinity. Maybe even less than that. Let's just do this. Okay, this looks pretty good. How does it look in the world? Well, now we're just getting a bunch of funny little divot zones. Let's see. So I guess the next thing to do... Oh, we're getting some nice little rivery things. Next thing to do would be to add, like, minimum values. Although it's hard to quantify, because, like... Is that thing floating around depositing water as a test? Yeah. It's just, like, going around spitting water down. Yeah, so there's definitely still hot spots where there are divots. I could maybe smooth it out first, but then it's... No, I mean, technically this is fine. So now it should be moving really fast. Yeah, so this is the mountain in the middle. Let me also deposit more water. Times 5 or something. And then let's look at it here. So yeah, we can see it doing its thing. So I think what I want to do is if the water... I don't really want to do diffusion necessarily. Oh yeah, this is working. This is working, and it's not feeding back too badly. Let me also just not divide it by 2, just so we see it on here more. So yeah, now I don't think we're losing any values. But I also think that if... Like, for example, if there's just, like, a flat area... It's like we need to make the default outflow and inflow, you know, 0.1 or something. Which would add diffusion. So I can probably just test that out. Also, it is a bit easier to just look at it on here. So if I did something like... Let's multiply this by delta. Let me just tidy this up a tiny bit. And then that would have to be pre-delta. Because if everything has like... Yeah, okay. If it's a global thing, then it should be fine. Just to kind of let it diffuse a tiny bit. So if I just said plus 0.1 for the outflow for every direction, you know, 0.025. And then same for the inflow. And then this can fuck off. Probably. I don't know. Then it should diffuse more. Yeah. So it'll technically spread out slightly. Which means that as it approaches something of 0, you know, if the inflow and outflow is 0, it will just spread. Which is good, right? That means that, like, yeah, in a basin, it will spread out and fill it up. And then when it reaches a slope that exceeds 0.1, then it won't... Yeah, this is much better. Yeah, so now those, like, values that were getting really concentrated in one pixel, they're able to spread out slightly and, like, create, you know, create basins, I guess. Like this. This is like a flat area. And that should be... Because it's applied to all of them without any selectivity, then yeah, that should be totally fine. Which is nice. Just makes it a bit more natural as well. So now if I, like, really pump this up... That's the other thing, right? Is that it should flow faster with higher values. No, So I got evaporation rate. Yeah, there'll be evaporation based on the air temperature and the surface temperature, or, like, you know, the sun hitting the ground. So if this is even higher, does this ever feed back though? No, it's actually pretty stable. Although, are we losing values now because it's exceeding? So we're at 60 FPS. So now this is greater than 1. I guess these could be greater than 1 then. Although that would also mean that the outflow is greater than 1. So technically it should be fine. You know, let's go like flow rate 500. Okay, then it feeds back. Right, right. And this actually, this looks good as well. Like this method. So that means if it like, yeah. It like, you know, it goes down the cracks, it does all the whatever. So I feel like this would work really well for the Prismatoscape blood stuff, you know? Although, I feel like there needs to be a... Because that's like a flat value. No, I guess it does make sense for it to just flow off. Although, like, okay, so... one thing is that the... Like, you can see when it falls on a mountain, right? It, like, pretty immediately dries up. But obviously a mountain could hold some moisture value. So I need to stop them from draining all the way to 0. Which means that... And, like, it would also depend on, like, the friction. I mean, I know in, like, a lot of, like, floodwater simulations, like civil engineering stuff, there's like a ground roughness value that, you know, if the ground is this rough, well, it firstly limits the flow rate, but it can also, you know, the actual angle needs to be steeper in order for it to actually flow out of that cell. Because, you know, if the ground is really rough and divoted, even if it's at, like, this incline, water's just going to get stuck in all of the little divots, right? Which is what you know, we still want these bits here to have some water for some amount of time. So we need to, when we get all of the output flow... The problem is that, like, yeah, we have to do it for the input and output, or the inflow and the outflow properly, without, like, breaking shit. Can that just be a fucking vector 4? I'm sick of the fucking Niagara numeric node connections being the wrong color. It's cringe. Let's call this the, let me yeet this back down to here. Input, diffusion factor, I don't know what to call it. It's technically not diffusion, it's, I guess it kind of is. It's like omnidirectional flow. Omnidirectional flow angle or something, I don't know. So if that was like big, then yeah, it would just feed back and go to shit. If it was, I mean, this is a big value, 0.1. So it's pretty much just gonna, yeah, be omnidirectional with a little bit of directionality. But it is stable, that's the main thing. And we're not losing anything to the void. I probably also want to do the flow rate. Although the, I guess it's diffusion factor. Yeah. So then this is our flow rate. Let's move you up above this guy. And that will be set at 0. So flow rate 100. Technically, this should still remain stable. Although I think the only reason this is stable is because the... yeah, this is going bad. Yeah, okay. The only reason this was stable is because these don't exceed 1. I might even have to, if I saturate these, does that fuck anything up? That's delta multiplied by diffusion amount. Get the total outflow, add them together. Total inflow values, add them together. But that's out. No, because this bit here is a total value. It would mean that each of these... No, because they're... well... You know, these are rates. It would mean that the total... No, I think it is just the outflow that... Let me see if that feeds back. I mean, obviously that flow rate is too high anyway, but... You know, that gets fucked. Let's say I clamp all of these. From 0 to 1. Yeah, no, that'll still feed back. I guess that's where, yeah, that scaling value would need to happen. So yeah, well, fuck, I don't know. Clamping isn't the right way to do it. I think that, I don't know. Let's just make sure that the the flow rate doesn't exceed 1, basically. Let's just keep it at like 20. I mean, this is like very... I don't know. It's something. That's for sure. And then this should flow, because it's taking a multiple of the current value. If I set the little water doodad to like 200, so we've got like giga fucking values, then it will just like spread out like and flow like crazy. Or just continue to flow as it diffuses, I guess. But yeah, how am I going to deal with this minimum value? I guess we'd need to get the current water value, subtract some amount. Subtract some amount, max it at 0. Bam, bam. So subtract an amount, max it at 0, then multiply it by the outflow value, and then add... Well, I guess I could just add the value times 4. 0.4. If it's 0.1, yeah. Then add it back in afterwards. Yeah. And then I'd have to do the same here. Terrain, surface, water, minus... Can this just, like, fuck off for a sec? Alright, but this is going pretty well. Which is very surprising. Usually things don't work, you know? Especially when you're doing fucking fluid sim bullshit. Fluid sim is, like, so finicky. Like, holy shit. It's like you get one thing wrong, and the whole thing just fucking explodes, you know? Like, actually explodes. Zetland, hello, hello. How do you reckon so good at Unreal? Did you learn from the documentation practice alone? I learn from YouTube, a lot from YouTube. But mostly just from, I mean, yeah, just from practicing, just from dicking around. And, you know, I had an idea for a game, and then just took it one step at a time. You know, like, oh, I want to make a game that does something, you know, like Dark Souls or whatever. And so then looked at implementing hold on. Implementing animations, how to animate, you know, how to do like equipment and all that kind of stuff. Just take things one step at a time. And you know, always be prepared to redo it, just to do it over. Because it will never, it'll never work the first time. That's my advice. Always be prepared to do it again. But at the same time, never look at failure or needing to redo something as like you need to want to learn, basically. Oh wait, that's just gonna... Shit. Max 0. But then if that is 0, then it's just gonna be 0. So then do I really want to add 0.4 back in? No, not really. So I would need to... I'd need to know which... I'd need to know how much... Oh, fucking hell. Alright. This new value... The lower value... Oh, no. The original value minus this value... Oh, God. This is ugly as... Minus new value... Oh, God. No. This is so ugly. There has to be a better way to do this. If I get all of these and add them together. So this is the amount that we've subtracted from them. Oh, God. Oh, no, because it's... they need to be maxed. Oh my God, this is so bad. This is not... This is terrible. Surely there's a better way to do this. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay, let me just... let me do it on this side, right? So, if we have the terrain surface water, we subtract 0.1. And then max 0. And then we use that as our multiplier. So we get all of the outflow values. And then we need to factor it back in after this, meaning we need to get the original value, which is, let's say, 0. If it's 0.05, blah, 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 that took it down to 0. Or is it minus the original value? Oh, God, this is so ugly. I'd need to add that back in on this end. No, that's incorrect. I'm pretty sure this has to be the other way around. Oh, no, and that needs to max 0. Again. Alright, so that will still feed back. Diffusion factors 0.1. Let's go 0.05. Flow rate 20. Cool. Alright, so this has to go this way. Give me the new difference. This... Oh, fuck me. Oh, hold on. Has he done it? Has he done it? Will the mountain stay 0.1 wetness? I cannot fucking tell. Hold on. Where's my render target? Oh! Okay. I can fuck with that. So anything that has been watered will never dip below 0.1. So this did work. I mean, it's very fucking roundabout. So this will just stay wet, even if water flows off of it. And then we can do, you know, some evaporation. I mean, evaporation gets done in a separate step. But if we just got this and said multiply by 0.999999, you know, okay, 0.9999. Then those values would dry up over time until they get watered again. Okay. So it's a bit fucked up, but I mean, I'm actually kind of impressed with myself. That I somehow got this fucked up thing working. I wonder if there's a better way to do it, though. And also, does that need to be maxed? Because if this was... Let me try it without maxing them again. Because this is the new value, which would be 0. Minus the dude. Yeah, no, that's fucked. That's yeah. Oh, unless I just have to do it not here as well. Okay, no, it's very much. Yeah. Although yeah. Now, should the minimum wetness actually here's a good question, right? If this is if it's just showering, then there shouldn't be any flow at all. Yeah. Which is good. So it means this is the minimum value before it starts to flow. And then it'll just keep doing its thing. So what do we... And yeah, okay, so... Should the minimum flow value be... I don't know, maybe determined by the normals? Or should it just be its own... Should it be a flat rate? Well, let's parameterize it real quick. You go there. Let's swap you around. You little shit monkey. Alright, get the fuck up. What's the plan here? Alter the plant material saturation on green channel after wetness is calculated to make things more lush. That's kind of one part of it. I mean, yeah, this could be used to do lushness. It'll be more like it contributes to the... I guess the fertility over time. So, you know, if it rains, yeah, water runs down, blah, blah. I think I will do... I don't know. Yeah, so over time, land will have like an, you know, aridity value, or... fertility value, which will, you know, it can change. It will change. It'll probably change like during seasons as well. Like, you know, as there's less rain, or as it's hotter, or cooler, or drier. Like the long-term ground moisture, you know, ticks down. And then you combine that with, yeah, like the temperature. So, like, mountains are cooler. Rainfall. So, you know, it tends to rain on the windward side of mountains because, you know, if there's a mountain, it means that the air is, like, getting forced upwards over here, which means if there's any, like, condensation, or, sorry, any vaporization, humidity, then it gets forced up, which means it gets forced to be cooler because of, you know, adiabatic cooling, which means that the maximum humidity capacity, the vapor capacity drops, meaning that, like, it's kind of like when you have a sponge full of water, and it's like, it's full of water, but it's not dripping any, but then you squish the sponge down, you know, you make the sponge colder, and it starts to drop rain and shit. So that's why, like, this side is usually a lot more fertile than this side, because the rain, you know, it all gets dropped before it gets over the mountain. So it'll be able to simulate that kind of stuff. Although at the moment I'm just, like, yeeting some water around. With no, like, particular rhyme or reason. Terrain gen. It's not terrain gen, although it can work with terrain, like with generated terrain. So all it takes is a water, like permanent water body mask. So, you know, oceans and some very large lakes, and a height map. And then it just figures everything out, you know, wind simulation, rainfall, temperature, all that kind of stuff. Alright, let me just do a thing, float. So this is the minimum water runoff value. Capital A, no. No, you bitch. Or let's just, yeah, minimum, or like, minimum, min water before flow. There we go. And then I think I want to get the normals. So get vector value. Previous vector value, terrain normals. I think that's called terrain surface normals. Terrain surface normals, yeah. Because there's also like a 3-dimensional version of the terrain for the atmosphere sim. So terrain surface normals. Let's associate that in. And then I could just get the Z value from that. And so if the normals are pointing straight up, I could just multiply these together, honestly. Normals are pointing straight up, then we get this, and then you go to there, to there, to there, to there, and, oh my god, this is a fucking nightmare. To there. There's a pretty hefty calculation. Right, so if there's no minimum, then we get this. Meaning that, yeah, water will just completely disappear from mountains. Or completely run off mountains. Which isn't what we want. So then min water before flow, if it's like 0.05, then we should see some... maybe like 0.2. Because we're multiplying it by the normals, or by the z normals. Where the fuck? Wait, why are you not... Is that doing anything? Yeah, no, it is. It's just not... We're not seeing it. Yeah, but there is some discrepancy. Cool, cool. Let me just check if I am... Where the hell's the... Close everything. System overview. Let's see. Set initial 2D. Am I... Okay, I am deriving the Z. Yeah, so if the Z is pointing up, then... Yeah. Right? Is that correct? I don't know. If I do like power on that. Okay, yeah, that works a bit better. So on the really, really steep bits, the water won't stick around as long. Let's just make this really big, but really, really, really subtle. So this is just like global rainfall. Oh, some of them... Wait, why are you... Right, they're the steep bits. The steepest bits. So they're not holding on to stuff. Let's just double that. I think to the power of 5 is a bit extreme. Maybe just... Yeah, squared. And then, min water before flow 0.1. It's probably better. Right, I don't think it's... Okay, you know what? Let's just go one more higher. Alright, so if it was just raining everywhere all at once, we would end up with something like this. Which is nice, because, yeah, we can actually see the, like, the flow channels, you know? Cool. Vibe. Yeah, makes sense. Alright, I need to pee again. I might get something to eat as well. So BRB. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, nice. Let me just get a time. Time sign. Period. 6 seconds. Subtract 0.8. Multiply by 5. Saturate. Chuck that into here instead of that. Alright, so we're just gonna like flash flood, and then let it settle. And yeah, it'll all go into where it's supposed to go. I mean, that's pretty good. That's quite solid. Like, surprisingly good. Honestly, I don't even think that needs power. Just do the Z-normals. Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, this is likely how they do like erosion simulation, right? You just yeet a big you just yeet a bunch of water down and then let it run off. And you use that runoff to then affect the height map, and then you run it again, affect the height map, run it again, blah, blah, blah. So I don't actually want to, like, simulate erosion, but for something that has... If the terrain has used erosion to generate it, then this should work really well. It should, you know... It should do the thing. With a really low diffusion, we end up with... Yeah, it's way noisier. So this, like, basin... This, like, little elevation here... I mean, that's probably... better? I don't know. As long as it can spread out over time. Right, the other thing is flow rate. Let's slow this all the way down. Okay, that's way too fucking fast. Yeah, no, that's too fast. Cool. I mean, it's kind of fucked because this is now. Oh, you know, I can just set the initial value. Why didn't I just do that? Dicklord. Terrain, surface, water. Start at 2. There it goes. And now... Why are you not flowing, huh? Where's the damn flow? Hello? There it is. Okay. Okay, so 2 is a big number, apparently. So I kind of want to keep things between 0 and 1. 1 being like the maximum... Oh, I guess we've got to do precipitation and shit, right? Let me just go initials. We started at 1, then yeah, it should straight away start running off. That's sick. I feel like it runs off too fast? Or is that how it... No, that's fine. Cool, cool. Even that's way too quick, though. I guess because it is, because it is multiplicative, right? Like, we're getting a fraction of, you know, the high value and transferring it to the low value. Because, yeah, like, when there is more water, it's going to run, well, further and faster. But it's almost just, like, too... I don't know. I wonder if I can exponentiate the inflow and outflow. Like, individually. Cubic. What's that gonna do? Something's happening. So if the inflow and outflow are squared, it means that the lower values are going to be lower than the higher values. Lower values are going to be lower than the higher values. So that means that it's going to run off higher ones first. Nah. It does slow down. The peak runoff. Sort of? Does it? Or is it just increasing the diffusion? I think it is just increasing the amount of diffusion relative to the runoff. So let's just scrap that idea. Anyway, it's fine. It's good. It's fine. It's fine and it's good. I just need to slow it down. Pardon me. Cool. Oh, I guess the flow rate divided by the cell size world space is probably a good way to thingoize it, which then flow rate this guy. And then cell size is terrain cell size world space. Very important. So this is like flow rate in like almost meters per second. So we're probably not going to see anything at first. What is the cell size world space? Hello? Fucking hell. I think it's like 2,000. Oh, it's 5,000 I'm gonna do. Okay, yeah. Because, yeah, if the cell sizes are bigger, then this rate needs to scale based on that. Probably the same with the diffusion. No. Oh. Nah, fuck it. Alright, I just need to make sure that it does actually move. Maybe 5,000 is good enough for now. Alright, let's move on then. Where's all my other shit? Terrain, atmosphere, interchange, curl, gradients, wind advection, diffusion, Pre-iteration, pressure, projection, advect temperature, blah, 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 blah. Atmosphere, hydro, shit. Let's go. Alright, so this was my little hydro. Okay, I can get rid of this now. In theory, this should be getting the atmosphere precipitation value. Yeah. Yep. Although that needs to be deltaed. So, this bit here. Atmosphere, hydro shear, air precipitation, blah, 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 blah. The terrain. Atmosphere, terrain, interchange. Terrain stuff. Transfer atmosphere to terrain. This is then getting terrain surface water. This needs to be air precipitation delta time. Get the air precipitation delta time did. Then turn that into terrain surface water. So I wish the fucking Z ordering on this thing was less dumb. Okay, so that is actually... Yes, it's wetting. It is wetting. Midnight coding again? Yeah. Midnight vibe coding. Not actually vibe coding. I might set initial 3D params. Wind velocity 0.01x. Probably a good. Just as long as it's not 0. Yeah. Alright. Alright, it is MF hydrology time. I wanna die. Where is atmosphere? Hydro shit, air precipitation. Oh, we're adding like 100 there. Probably not ideal. Alright, that's our wind. Wait, why are you... What's happening here? Oh, that's just the negative values, right? I think. Yeah. I wish I didn't get these thingos. This shelving. Where's our debug vortex? Let's just bush that up. Whoa. Oops. Come back. No, give me the... Yeah, nice. Alrighty, let's see. Where's my... This guy? No, that's the surface stuff. This is the volume render target. Yeah, cool shit. Why is there so much curling going on? Why are you moving so slow? I guess, yeah. Ah, fuck it. Anyway, what's going on here? I feel like this is anomalous. I feel like something is using... Oh, I think I know what it is. It would be that in somewhere... Terrain mask... No, that's setting them. Somewhere we're getting... So that's using unit to sample. Texture 2D terrain render target is the debug RT. Yeah. That's our terrain capture. Cell size world space is the... Where's that coming in? Cell size world space, that's to... Yeah, multiplier. Oh, do I... Cell size world space... Do I divide that by 100? Maybe that's what's getting fucked. Let's see. Data field manager. When I initialize you, cell size world space divided by 100. Oh, wait, what the fuck is going on here? Eh? I mean, that shouldn't have changed, but whatever. Yeah, I guess I was doing it in... That shouldn't really matter. I just need to do... Reinitialize the manager. Oh god, don't fuck everything up. Fuck. Oh wait, does it run initial values? Oh no. I think I done goofed. I think I clicked a button that I shouldn't have. It should be able to calculate them all pretty decently. Might just let it do its thing. What you doing? I'm currently doing some weather stuff. Just more fluid sim nonsense. Oh god, that was terrifying. But at least it did its thing. Now, why would that have gone crazy? What's happening here? Oh god. What have I done? This is... Okay, this is normal. This is good. And it is the correct size. Very good. Oh, I think it's that the flow rate of the water is now fucked up. Let's just go to the water flow V2. Right, the flow rate was 10,000. It should just be 100. Now it should be fine. Now we're still getting this weird thing here. I'm pretty sure that's because I was doing a... What's it called? I was doing a cell location rather than a unit in one of the things. Transfer atmosphere to terrain is getting unit. Unit. Right, here. No, this is terrain grid. Execution unit index, blah, blah, blah. Sampling. So this is our atmosphere to terrain. So this is getting it from... Yeah. Okay. Unit. Z. Number of cells. Cell size world space is the... I don't actually end up using it. Okay. And then that's just getting the X, Y, and Z to then transfer back. So that's fine. So it must be somewhere in here. Terrain atmosphere interchange. Transfer terrain to atmosphere. Here it is. So for each XY of the atmosphere, we get the XY coordinate, as in cell value of the thing. But because the terrain is now double the resolution of the atmosphere, this bit right here gives us this one quadrant that is wrong. That's just because the temperature is in the wrong place. So that just means I just need to sample that. So let's go execution index to unit. We're going to turn that into a 2D. Fuck you, just convert. Convert 3D to 2D. Smack that. Bam, bam. And then instead of getting previous value, we're going to sample float value. At this thing, terrain, surface temperature. And so that will basically get the value in between 4 pixels. So now we shouldn't have that quadrant. No, we still do. Oh, no, now it's fine. Yeah. Right. Alright, now with that big temperature difference, we're getting big lift. So in theory... So I have this hydrological shit for our... well, that's for our terrain, right? Terrain 2D. When we actually do... atmosphere hydro shit, right? This is like where we actually do stuff. But then we need to advect. Well, that's advect wind velocity, which I could do here. Oh no, because that's vorticity confinement. That has to get the previous one, yeah. Diffuse it post advect, then fix it up, projection, blah blah. Right, advect values. You know what? You can go in there. You know what? You're not even read. So then I just need to do. You know what? I'm gonna just write one called advect hydrological bullshit. So this is just gonna take grid 3D, atmosphere gritty. And then here we're going to go get... Oh, no, sorry. We're going to sample previous grid float value. The unit is going to be execution index to unit plus... where's my, like, advect temperature? Oh, fuck me dead. Alright, hold on. You know what? This should just be one big value called advect shit. Advect all the shit. Yeah, you know what? Fuck hydrological. Advect temperature is going to be advect atmospheric values. Bam. So this is just going to do all of the values and shit. We're going to frack them and schmack them. So that we're never sampling from across the border. And we multiply it by the ratio. Which I should probably do by getting the cell... Get number of cells, and then... How do I get the ratio of one to the other? Well, no, it's just if X needs to be 1, then Z is something. So it's this divided by this. So then it's X. No, hold on, sorry. Then it's 1, 1, this value. Yeah, 128 divided by 32 is 4. Sweet. So this is our advection, this is our cell size world space, this is the wind velocity multiplied by delta time. Can I move this above that? Oh, fuck. Okay, I need to clean this up. This is like actual nightmare bullshit. What's this doing? Who are you? What the fuck is this? Temperature loss infrared per second. Ah, fuck. No, I don't want to do that in the advect stage. You know what? Fuck you. Just get the fuck out. Piss off. Alright. Day length seconds. Day length seconds. Why do I need that in the temperature advection? I don't really. So this here is Right, that was going to be the temperature loss, but here we just want to do advection. We can do all the other stuff somewhere else. But this is our delta time, wind velocity, cell size, world space times 2. That divided by this. This is our ratio. Then... oh, this is so ugly. Wonder if it's even... I mean, it is necessary, but like... Maybe I could just do this. How's that? Nice. No, that's fine. I'm just thinking, like, if I wanted to do this, but then I wanted some things to advect faster or slower than others, but I don't think I really do. So I guess this is just the new unit here. So temperature equals new temperature, bam, air, humidity, schwow, schwow, air, precipitation, schwow, air condensation. I think I call it air abs humidity. Yeah. Day 18 of Houdini propaganda. Maybe one day. If you subscribe to my Patreon for 5 years, then I'll do a stream where I open Houdini. How's that sound? Condensation. Sorry, that's air abs. Humidity. Air precipitation. Here's the thing, right? I think I need to have 2 separate things for rain and snow. Because rain can turn into snow and vice versa. But... like... can it... This is coming from someone that's never experienced snow, right? It can't, like, snow and rain at the same time, right? It's kind of one or the other. So what I'm thinking is... but, like, there is, like, a gradual transition between them. Where it's, like, slush. Right? It can do both. But do you mean... I mean, like, can there be discrete snowflakes and raindrops? Not like a slushy kind of, you know, like sleet. Yeah, but is sleet a... it's like the things are like half... it's not like it's snowing and raining. Right? It's slushing. So I guess we can kind of say that if precipitation... if it's precipitating... but that's the thing, right? It can... actually, no. Can it... can have wet snow that washes away immediately? Yeah. Yeah. if it's precipitating, if it's raining, but it's below 0 outside, like it can rain, it can be -1 and still rain, right? But I guess that's like because the sun directly heats up. Oh, I don't know. Hold on. Can it rain below 0? This phenomenon is called freezing rain. Freezing rain is rain that's super cool, meaning it remains liquid state even when the temperature is below 0. The super cool droplets hit a cold surface, they freeze almost instantly, forming a layer of clear ice. Okay, but why do they super cool? Right, if they don't have a nucleus to freeze around. So if there's no nucleation point. And it freezes, you get mini hail, ice storm. Yeah. If it's snowing, it's not raining. If it's raining, it's not snowing due to the freezing point being so low. So if it goes above that, it starts to rain. Yeah. That makes sense. I guess. Because, yeah, what I've got here... Let me just get the... air precipitation value. Let's chuck him into there. Where's that Precipitation shit? Atmosphere, hydro shit. Give me like, I don't know, 20 or something. Right, so this is like rain, right? Is that advecting? Yeah, it should be. Pretty fucking useless rain, you ask me. There's that hydro shit. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just thinking, how do I want to do it? Well, I guess the tough thing is, how do you differentiate between hail and snow, right? Because I can't really do... Because, like, snow mainly happens when the clouds themselves, you know, freeze. Whereas hail is like, it's already... There's already big raindrops, and then they freeze as big raindrops rather than freezing straight out of the clouds. That's dense below the freezing point, it turns to hail. Yeah, yeah. But that's the thing, right? Is that I can't really differentiate between when this was formed, unless I have, you know, like the clouds, depending on the temperature and the whatever, instead of just having a precipitation value that gets created and then advects downwards. I'd then have to have separate snow, rain, and hail values, which all get advected separately. Which probably isn't the... Or maybe I just have to have hail as a different... Like, hail would be the only different one. Which would be when it's, like, giga freezing. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm too dumb for this shit. Whoa, look at that water runoff. Whoa, that's crazy. It actually did turn out really well. The water stuff. Also, this is a town. This is like the scale that we're operating on. It's actually a pretty small level. But I mean, it's good enough. Right, so we're getting into like the really fucky stuff now. Which it's sort of, I don't know. What was that coming from again? Right, the fucking... that value. That damned value. Alright, let's go into the debug volume guy. Can I select that? Oh, I already am. Debug volume material. Let's just get bounding box, blah, 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 blah. We're getting the debug guy. I should probably do it down here. Add a new switch value. This is called hydrology. Which is our number 4. Well, sorry, number 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Pardon me. Alrighty, so when we wait, why is that RGB? Ah, true. That's RGBA. Why is it not just Sagma? There you go. Wait, I'm already getting RGB. Hey. Where? Why? In case I wanted to subtract something from it earlier. Right. What was I doing? That's getting the length for the wind velocity. That was the wind velocity color. Cool. So for hydrology, the B value will be precipitation. So let's just do like a lerp chain or some shit. I mean, I could just do it as R, G, and B, right? R could be humidity, G can be clouds, B can be rain. But it might also just be easier to lerp them all together. And do, like, colors and shit. So maybe I'll do that. So clouds are going to be... So if that's 1, clouds are going to be white. Otherwise... The G value was... Condensation? No, sorry. B's precipitation. G's going to be humidity. So, actually, no. You know what? Let's go humidity, condensation, precipitation. If I had 2 of these volumes, I could do, like, the temperature and shit as well. Which might be handy, because it's obviously a very relevant bit. Whatever. So G is going to be humidity. Do I need to combine or combine? No, what's it called? Add components? It does have a V4. Nice. So why is that? Right, this guy here is what we want. Right, definitely needs to be saturated. I could just... If you saturate a vector 4... If you saturate a vector, does it... Okay, it just saturates the elements. Cool. These should probably all contribute differently to the thing. So I might even just do B. Well, actually, you know what? I could even do a well, no, that's fine, yeah. Multiply by a 4 vector. Bam. Then add the components together. Then blah, blah. So I'll have no opacity. And then it has opacity. Yes. So clouds. Blah, 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 blah. I could probably just multiply it rather than exponentiate. I just got this and just yeeted it into that. And I probably wouldn't need the power. Yes. Cool. You know what I could do to make this look cool? Is use a noise. 3D texture. World position. XYZ. Divided by... I don't know. 1000. 1005. Check that into there. Levels, blah, blah, blah. Mask. Oh, wait, that's 0 to 1. This is so extra. No, wait, that's the divide. You know, I can just multiply this. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Just wanted to make it look cool. Right, that looks like rain, right? Right. Is that 100? No, that's a million, right? Yeah. I wanted 100,000. Yeah, that's, yeah. Does this have a, doesn't have a contrast, does it? Alright, that looks vaguely like rain, right? I divide it by less, then it gets... Yeah, it'll get noisier there, yeah. So if I do more, then it gets longer. Right. This whole thing's just super scuffed, also. The way that I'm visualizing this, I've just got this, like, dumb fucking translucent plane kind of shell thing. I don't know, it's so fucking dumb. I mean, it's dumb, but it's kind of smart. Sometimes you gotta be dumb smart. So this is 2 by 2 meters. What did I do with the other ones though? Were they 2 by 2 or were they... I can't fucking remember. You know, it's probably just better if I do just duplicate it, you know. YOLO. Can even duplicate it. Twice, hold on. Is that killing my stream yet? No, that's fine. I'm just getting lost in the sauce right now. I'm just addicted to stupid volumetrics that aren't even volumetric. Yo, my dong. Elliot, how's it going? Hello, hello, hello. How are you? How was the stream? What were you up to? Drong along raid. Hell yeah. I'm currently working on some stupid stuff. Really stupid stuff. Got my service distinction working for my digital trains, so I was able to get some PCG cave assets going. Nice! Hell yeah! That sounds good. I have been working on... actually, I can just show you on the render target. Well, this is just forced precipitation right now. But you can see... in here, okay, if I reset this, this is water flowing off terrain. So you can see that it pulls up in little valley things, and it runs off mountains, which will then affect gameplay. Probably. But it will also affect things like, what's it called? Biomes. Biomes and all that kind of stuff. I want it soon. Soon. Soon TM. Sweet looking terrain, thanks, Odd. This is just a debug material for my debug thing. But yeah, you can see even here, like, the wetness is running off this hill and settling in, you know, valleys and stuff. Which, you know, we can add to, like, a, yeah, like a fertility doodad. And then use that to spawn things or change materials. You know, could use this to... You could run this into PCG. Like, just output it as a render target, read it in PCG, and just, you know, put more stuff here. So there's a lot of possibilities. This is like flooding pretty cray-cray. I don't know if it actually makes it through there. No. But yeah, currently I'm just working on... Well, this is just the debug visualizer for the what's it called? The atmospherics. With my really stupid ray marching. It's not ray marching. It's much better than that. Just stacked translucent planes. Very pog. Oh, I could just import the utility meshes. Z only Giga debugger. Ah, there it is. Cool, cool. I actually want to, real quick, flip this up this way. So, oh. How tall is this, actually? Because our simulation currently is 4 times as wide as it is high. So this is 2 meters. And then this is 1 meters here. So this needs to be scaled. Can I scale around the dude? Needs to be to there. Wait, where am I? Level 5. Like that. Now we're hogging? Wait, what did I do wrong? What the fuck have I done? Where's that Z fighting coming from, huh? Ah, wait. It gave me a... Oh, right. That was just the original plane. I see. Yo, Sov, how's it going? Actually, Sov, you might know this. Is there a way to, like, reorder the verts? Because, like, with translucency, I mean, it's hard to see here. But there are times where the back ones render over the top of the front ones. And it's just, like, within the same mesh for translucency. Because I remember you were working on, like, the potion bottles and stuff and getting that to... I don't know. Vert sorting saga begins now. Shit. It doesn't matter that much. It only matters when the total opacity of one plane is over 1. But yeah, it doesn't actually matter. Let me just export this. What the fuck is this? Tweak these nuts. File transforms. File. Export fbix. This. No, this one. Utility. Z only. Mesh. Export. So now if I get rid of the second one here, get this guy and re-import you. And that should, yeah, it's way denser. Oh fuck, wait, what happened to you? Verts 8. Huh? With new file. Oh wait, did I export? No. You shit. File, export, FPX, mesh, selected object. That was it. Right. Re-import. There it is. Alright, I just need to make sure that it is filling up the whole space. Which it clearly isn't. Because the scale... I guess the scale just needs to be uniform, yeah. Down very slightly. Cool. There we go. It's a bit less fucked up. Which was a huge digital that you can modify it and really don't expose your inputs. Houdin's nuts. Who these nuts? Who's these nuts? You know? All right. So how the flippity cock do I schmippity schmop this? I don't know. Who am I? Right. Okay, enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of this. This is our... what's it called? It's our precipitation doing... Oh, it's upside down. Precipitation things. Cool. Looks cool. That's the terrain's wind. You can just fuck off. Okay, so... How the fuck... I had this set up and ready to go, but it's just a fucking nightmare. I'm just going to wing values as well. Let's go negative 100 to positive 100. Out, 0. And this should be... What's the max vapor capacity at temperatures? But the thing is that the vapor capacity... No, vapor capacity is fine. It's the adiabatic cooling that changes with humid air and whatnot. So it's like... But I can't be fucked doing all that shit. So I think what I will do is just... I think this ends up being a... I don't know. Who cares? So we have the air, terrain, air, temperature at surface, blah, blah, blah. There's also like the evaporation rate. Which we can get, yeah, terrain, surface. So this is to put things into the air. Then there's the adiabatic cooling at limit, which needs to be, well, I need to get the, oh, that's the terrain grid. But this is in atmosphere land, right? Grid, no, fuck off. Grid 3D. Grid. 3D collection, atmosphere, grid, unit. No, fuck off. Just execution to unit. Break that, get the Z. Adiabatic cooling at limit here. What was this doing again? Evaporation multiplier. Okay, so this adiabatic cooling at limit, terrain surface temperature, terrain air surface temperature at surface. Air temperature at surface. Wait, is this? This is in the 2D stage. What the fuck am I doing? Well, okay, yeah, no. So I don't need this. We've already received those values from earlier. What we need to do is get the sea level world space and the atmosphere ceiling. Right, it doesn't show up because I'm not using it. So... Fuck. Sea level world space. Ah, fuck it, I'll just map range. Range. Blah, blah. Out. Oh, God. Why doesn't it just... Oh, no, I can do it to float. That's alright, then. Right, ceiling is the max. Sea level is the min. Value is the terrain height. Terrain height world space. Gives us a 0 to 1. That then goes into the adiabatic cooling at limit. What the fuck is that? That goes up into here. Let's swing that over there. So an evaporation multiplier delta time. Well, this gets added to here. So then this is the true temperature. So then per the temperature, well, this is like true temperature. I'd have to, because I'm adding them to, I mean, they should be added and averaged. Yeah, you would say the average between the thing. Right, and then you go into there. You go into there, and you fuck up. So you average between the air and the surface, because they're not always the same thing. Which also includes, like, the water and shit, right? And hot air can move over the water. So then apply adiabatic cooling. Pardon me. Evaporation multiplier delta time. This. Well, we have to actually get the surface water. Which means that... So this is how much evaporation? Question mark. Which means we then have to deduct that from terrain surface water. Then max that to 0. Because we need to actually see if we took some of it. Which is kind of like what we were doing earlier with the water shit. So it's how much evaporation. And then it should be a... No, I guess it's surface water, right? So it doesn't matter if there's a shit ton of water or if there's a tiny puddle of water, it will evaporate at the same rate, because it's just about the total surface area. So that can be a straight up value. So that means we do... Let's see. So we subtract the thing. We get the original value. I mean, this is the new terrain surface water. Well, technically, no, it isn't. It's actually just the... it probably doesn't matter. They're going to be wet anyway. Probably fine, probably fine. So then how do we figure out how much we took from here? We would need to get... I need to look at how I did it. in here, which is a whole fucking thing. So it's the thing minus value, 0 max, and then that value minus the original value maxed at 0. So original value subtracted from the new thing. So original value subtracted from this, and then maxed at 0. This gives us the actual evaporation this update. Bam. Although this isn't... Well, I guess this is... wait, hold on. This is the evaporation this update. Right, that's in the terrain thing. Then when we do atmosphere terrain interchange, transfer terrain to atmosphere, we then get the thing somewhere. Terrain surface temperature at what's the height? No, delta time. This is the... Oh, fuck. Right, that's right. I do it based on the terrain mask. So all values under the terrain kind of become the surface values, although that doesn't... That's probably not good in our case. I guess we would want to do this, because this is like sitting out from the thing. So we would get, instead of terrain surface temperature, let's put this up here. This is evaporation this frame. And then that will get multiplied by this guy. And then that just gets added to... I'll just chuck it in here. A float value, air abs, humidity. So then that will get... Why can't I just get it from here? Get float, air, abs, humidity. Bam, bam. Get that. Add that to there. That should... That's already been delta timed, did it? Probably. So then this bit here, hydrological shit, terrain grid is terrain. Grid 2D, adiabatic cooling at limit, negative, I don't know, 25. Evaporation multiplier, 1. Sea level, 0. Atmospheric, well, sea level is sea level, user parameter. Atmospheric ceiling is there. Terrain height is... that should be coming from the, what's it called? Stat context. Terrain height world space. Do I call that terrain height world space, or is it just terrain height? It's just terrain height. Rename is terrain height. Terrain hype. All right. Is there any evaporation occurring? Let's check. So evaporation was our B? No, G value. No, well, humidity is our R value. Humidity, air abs humidity is the R value. Can't say shit. Cool. Pardon me. Alright, I just want to be able to see it in... Oh, I mean, I could even just look it up in the dude. In this guy. So we want to see red values in here. So hydro shit, blah blah blah. Not water flow, terrain stuff, hydrological shit. How much evaporation? Multiplier delta time. Temperature. Adiabatic cooling. Oh wait, that can have negative... that can have negative values. Which we don't want. We never want to have negative evaporation. That's stupid. Well, let's do a remap. Well, let's do exponential. Where the fuck is it? PWSDF? Show plugins, man. True temperature. Well, from input negative 50 to positive, I guess technically 100, right? Let's go negative 100, blah, blah, blah. Exponential 2, 0 to 1. Kind of scuffed, but, you know. At least there'll always be positive values now. So that's getting terrain water mask and terrain surface water. And then evaporating it to then get evaporation this update. Just gonna make sure that's all spelled right. Evaporation multiplier 100. Let's go. Any R values? No. Is it because... Oh, hello, little chicken. Are we still getting water flow? We are, okay. Still doing the water stuff. Right, that's evaporating it immediately. Very fast. Well, although it is evaporating it, right? So that means that we should... Well, we want to see it in here. So that's getting set evaporation this update. Then in terrain atmosphere interchange, transfer terrain to atmosphere. We're then getting air abs humidity. We're getting the evap. It's called this update. I'm dumb as fuck. I hate named variables. Fuck that shit. Alright, that's still no different. Unless we just want to, like, pump that shit. Yeah, still nothing. If I just set the humidity to 1 here, is that getting applied? It is. If I get evaporation this update and just set that as humidity, does that do anything? No. Evaporation this update. Do I need to declare that at the start so it doesn't fuck itself? Float evaporation this update. Nothing. Even if that's there? Alright, if I set evaporation this update to 1, then we should... Okay, that's a good sign. So when it comes time to do this, I do want to do that. Alright, so now we can see this is humidity. There's a lot of it because I haven't actually configured it to be coming from evaporation yet. But then humidity, when it exceeds its total vapor capacity, turns into condensation. Condensation... I kind of don't know how we're going to trigger condensation. I think it might just be when condensation reaches, like, a critical point. So, like, close to 1. Then it starts precipitating, and if there is condensation and precipitation in the same cell as well, it causes a feedback loop until there's no condensation left to precipitate. And that way then the rain should stop, which, you know, should pretty much dry the cloud out. I do just need to figure out why the fuck the hydrological shit. Yeah, I think I'm getting this around the wrong way. I feel like it's supposed to be... So here's the original values. You are such a funny lady cat. Not up there, please. Here. Come here. There, mate. Scritchity McScritchity. Scritchity, my bitch. Gotta love a tabby, true. A tubby tabby? You are a big, big girl. Volumetric cat when? Well, actually, funny you say that. Right, I need to figure out how this evaporation works. So let's say I evaporate 0.1 stuff. So let's say I start with 0.5 and I evaporate 1. But obviously there's nothing left to evaporate if I've already evaporated. If there was only 0.5 to begin with. Okay, that's a shit example because 0.5 is really ambiguous. Let's say 0.6 and 0.4, whatever. So, let's say there's 0.4. No, let's say there's 0.6 water. And I evaporate, my evaporation rate is 1. So I've subtracted 1 from 0.6, which gives me negative 0.4, but I max that at 0. Then I need to subtract that value from the original one. Which gives us the amount that we evaporated. Okay, I think I've got it. Yep. Oh yeah, we are evaporating. Wait, no, is that correct? I don't think that's correct. It's the... The original value... So the original value was... No, that's not it. That's not it. No, it is. It is. Because if our original value was 1... and we... subtract the new thing... No, that's not it. I don't know. Oops, sorry, let me get back here. I just need to, I do actually need to balance the evaporation and stuff. Otherwise, we're gonna get, like, clouds in the desert, you know? Or, sorry, like, rain clouds in the desert, which kind of defeats the purpose of it being a desert. I'm just trying to think... How, let me just see how I did this in here. It was subtract. So the value minus the offset, and then the offsetted value minus the original value. So the offsetted value minus the original value. That should be the offsetted minus the original value. Apply scratch. Let me just set the surface stuff. Set the initial surface water at like 10. See the new interview with makers of Kenshi? I did. It was really good. I resonated. I resonate with them. They're just, like, giga autistic. And they just don't give a fuck. And I appreciate that. Is it end goal erosion? No. No, the end goal is a fully simulated climate with realistic biomes and weather patterns. So it's installed to the ground to a saturation point. Yeah, so that will be... That'll be like a separate thing. But yeah, when there is rainfall... Oh god, what have I done? Oh no, that's the... Right, that's the surface water. Yeah, I mean... Technically, yeah, like... You do evaporate the water table as well. But you can see here, this is just my fake precipitation disperser. But it... you can see it here better. It's like wetting the ground. And then it runs off. Now it is currently evaporating. Which is good. But the evaporation isn't getting... Is it because it needs to be negative? Am I just dumb as fuck? That's probably it, actually. No, not atmosphere hydro shit. Because if I go in here... Evaporation, this update... Yeah, it would just be that this... needs to be... No, that's not it. Oh, I am multiplying it by 100, so maybe that could be some part of it. Let's just set the initial surface water to be 0. So technically nothing should evaporate. Okay, no, this is working. This is working. So this is just evaporating from the ocean. And then obviously when this disperses water to the ground, that's then evaporating up. So yeah, red is our kind of dodgy evaporation thing. Or humidity. Do you think red is a suitable color for humidity? I guess so. So this is humidity, and then... Okay, so it is rising upwards because... Well, I guess the updrafts are bringing it upwards. Okay, so this is working. Although the temperature gradient to velocity is way too high. Thank you. Cool. Also, I don't even know what the fucking temperature is around here. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay. So you can see that, yeah, as the rain hits here and the ground gets wet, that then evaporates. I mean, it's evaporating extremely fucking quickly. And now we've got moist air going up. And so now what we need to do is... Atmosphere hydro shit. We need to get the... Okay, so that's advecting the precipitation. This is just a debug precipitator. Yeah, whatever. We just need to do... We can grab it from here, so let's go float. Where was I doing that all? I should be able to just do this, by the way. Rather than doing that and then inverting. Yeah, that makes no sense. So evaporation this update. Yeah, okay, well. This is where it's gonna start getting fucky. I mean, there is evaporation. Yep. And so now... atmosphere hydro shit. Yo, Fractal, how's it going? Welcome to, air absolute humidity. And welcome to another float value, air condensation. And I'm already getting precipitation here. Oh, good, Fractal. How was the stream? What were you up to? If there's anything you want to share in the chat, feel free. I'm currently just... I'm just doing really stupid shit. I'm just doing stuff I shouldn't be doing, you know? I'm just being really silly. I'm currently simulating humidity. Who would have thought? Humidity. What's happening today? Show of a game. Obfuscate on Steam. Hell yeah. PC VR. Nice, nice. I have never worn a VR headset. Ball-based Lego motion sensors was highly inspired by you. Ooh. Ooh. The balls. Let me get my balls. I need to start working on that again. I need to start working my balls. Physical thinger. This one. I'd love to hear how you like overcame some of the bullshit. The main thing I'm struggling with, I mean, one thing that I need to do probably soon is when like the urgency is higher to like stop and start, I need to lower the center of gravity by like kind of doing this. Because like it's way easier to start accelerating if the character crouches slightly. So I need to put that in there somewhere. Oh god. Yeah, the main thing I struggle with this is just doing step-ups and whatnot. It's like impossible. And I think I just killed Unreal. I think Unreal's dead. And the angular dead. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, the, okay, it did crash. I really want mine to be, because, like, I know some implementations of it, it's, like, really stable, because there's, like, you know, more angular damping and, like, corrective thrusts and whatever. But I want mine to be, like, really loosey-goosey, so that, like, you know, if someone throws a barrel at a character, then they'll probably get knocked head over heels. I want, like, emergent loss of balance, you know? Just, like, a bunch of different factors, like, they were walking upstairs and wearing heavy armor and got hit by a giant ball, and therefore they fell over, kind of thing. When we do more ocean? Soon. So with the ocean stuff, we were actually talking about this in the start of the stream. The ocean. I need to do some testing about GPU, like Niagara GPU callbacks. And also some other things that I can't remember now. Oh, right. A terrain conforming shallow water simulation for the shore. So the shore will like mostly be Gerstner wave driven, but then the kind of, you know, the thing that hits the shore will be a water simulation, like a low resolution water sim. And then I might also use that water sim in the rivers to do, like, just around the player. So this is like what you'd see from far away is like this here. But then as you get, you know, more... When it's within the simulation range, then it would use... Or it would kind of be assisted by a fluid sim. Kind of like this. Although this is just a ripple propagator. Not like an actual thinger. Yeah, the colors are a bit... I mean, the colors are just the velocity. So this is the wind velocity. Or the water velocity. Yeah, this is the Prismatiscape plugin for anyone interested. It's all about bringing... I mean, everything I do is about bringing game worlds to life. You might think like, oh, whoa, that looks like physics. Is that physics? Is that foliage physics? Well, I mean, if it was physics, could we do this? No, it's not physics. The compression probably hates this, by the way. It's all verts, baby. What's that? 120 FPS? What? What do you... Shallow water simulation is an area that needs more tooling. I've learned to dislike fluid flux for its core limitations. Yeah, I think fluid flux is kind of... I think fluid flux is set up to be quite user-friendly, but... You know what I mean? I don't know. It's overwhelming? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, my plugins... There's like a kind of minimum required knowledge to get them working, you know? Like, you can't open Unreal for the first time and get, you know, Fluid Flux or Prismatiscape or Fluid Ninja to get them, like, working. You need to know how materials kind of work so that you can, you know, make your grass bend when, you know, when the render target is sampled and whatnot. User-friendly nature of Fluid Flux is exactly why it has so many limitations. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of... I don't know. Maybe Fluid Flux is built product first? Because I think something... And, like, you know, I watched Jed implement Prismatiscape over, like, the course of 2 days or something. And, like, he picked it up super quick. And I guess he's, you know, pretty experienced with materials. But... yeah, like, I've designed this because I'm making a game, and I want it to have all this bullshit in it. And so, you know, I design it for my particular game. And obviously there are some shortcomings. Like, yeah, like you were saying, Xmuno. It can't do multi-level, like, you know, 2-story, or simultaneous 2-story simulations. It can do this one, and then it can do this one, but it can't do both at the same time. So, you know, you can be like, okay, this one is drawing to runtime virtual texture, and then when we go down here, then we disable it from drawing to the runtime virtual textures, and now this one is the new floor. But it can't do them both at once. And, like, another limitation is the wind simulation is just a simulation of the wind at ground level. So you can't blow wind up into the leaves up here. Or, like, you can kind of fake it, like I am here, by just doing a mask, like a Z mask above the ground, and then, you know, jiggling the leaves near the ground. But it can never do that. You can do this without render targets. I feel like render targets are kind of limited. No, render targets is like the only reason this is possible. Although you could do this is a bit spicy, but you can do, and this is what I've been doing in the World Sim Data Fields module, is you can do 3-dimensional render targets and sample them as a volume. And so then you could do multiple floors, you know? So this here, this rain falling in 3D space is a 3D render target. So I go 3D view. And so, yeah, you could do for example, like the foliage interaction, you could do in 3D. But, I don't know, it'd be a little bit funky. But obviously for every vertical slice that you then do, you know, you're adding, well, you know, it's an extra dimension. So a 128 by 128 render target, which is what I'm using, multiplied by 32 is, you know, 500,000 cells. So that's 500,000 cells that I'm doing a shit ton of work on every single frame. But, you know, YOLO. But yeah, if it was only like 1 or 2 slices, then you'd be easy moding. Easy modius. You could even, I'm just trying to think. You could even, like, run it, you know, 1, 2, 3. Have 3 slices and assign. I'm trying to think. You know that would not accept freelance friend requests on Discord? I haven't looked at Discord in like 3 or 4 weeks. But I will. I'll have a squiz. Don't stress. Unless I forget. Pardon me. Infrared loss, water thermal capacity. Let's make the water thermals a bit, you know, bit less. I want there to be some. Yeah, well. I don't even know where the sun is. I need to actually tie the time of day to this skybox. But it's hard to do that in editor. Also, I don't know why this is always red. Why is it always red? Oh, I guess because it's always... Yeah, but then that's never... I mean, it's evaporating, but I don't know. Alright, let's just do the last little bit of the puzzle. The last piece of the puzzle. The last pizza, the puzzle. Pizza puzzle. I guess this is the clouds, right? This is G. So humidity, condensation, precipitation. Or vaporizer, I don't fucking know. Let's just chuck both of them in there. Yeah, I probably don't need that times 100 now. There we go. So we've got precipitation, humidity. Does that take... What takes priority? Definitely get the precipit... And you know what? Let's go 0.5. Okay, so then... you can use 3D coordinates to sample read. But how do you write? Compute shader, geometry shader, layers, geometry shader, instancing, are there better other ways? I'm doing compute shaders. Via NiagaraGrid2D. So... I mean, this is all very closed system. So it has, like, some initial starting points, but... I mean, you can do stuff like, for example, let's say this town constructed some kind of machine that blew hot air in that direction. We would have like an input stage somewhere here that would be reading from an array of location and radius, and then the values that it's inputting or subtracting, adding or subtracting. And then that can be, you know, you can have X number of them, and it would, you know, it would iterate through them, add them all to this input stage, and then add that into the simulation. So, like, for example, I've just got, like, some hard-coded ones here. So this is the pure. But this one's just doing... Oh, why are you frozen? Oh, why did I... What button did I press to turn that off? So this is just, like, shooting air along here. Just oscillating back and forth. And that's just all done on, you know, a sine wave through the game time. So this is kind of mimicking some extra inputs and whatnot. Wow, that's really fucking it up. I also think that the evaporation is way too fucking... Does anything evaporate below freezing? Does evaporation occur below freezing point? Oh, well, it would sublimate, right? The evaporation is defined as phase transition of a liquid into a gas when the liquid is still below its boiling point, as long as it's not complete frozen absolute. Kelvin evaporation can occur even below normal room temperature. Okay, but what about in... Yeah, okay, I think I just need to... Let's go, like, to negative 50. 0 below that. Okay, that's a bit better. Let me turn Pew Pew off. And this vortex doing its thing. Let me show you something cool. I just get the wind values and put them in here. So this is 3D render target. Let me just pump that strength value up. Where is Vortex? Hello. Nice. Swag. This is the pill pill. Actually, if I turn this off, you can see it. So yeah, this is the wind simulation. It actually goes up this way. My bad. So this is the wind velocity being visualized. This one here was to test, yeah, if the velocity would actually dissipate. Like... It doesn't look like it... I guess it still does. I don't know. This was what, the shear test? So just like two ones against each other. What's that asset type? Feels so weird seeing 3D in the texture viewer. It's a volume render target. VRT. So yeah, this is what it looks like under the hood, and then it gets sampled as a volume like this. I feel like we're not... Oh, what's my pressure iteration? It's at 6. That should be fucking heaps. if I went up to like 16, obviously it's going to get way more expensive, but even then it's not even, yeah, it's going to fuck itself. I feel like there's something missing. This should be like buffing out way more. Like way more. Where's diverge? No, that's not getting... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm... Wait, when I advect wind velocity, do I multiply it by... I do. I mean, it's fine for now. I'm not gonna be too bugged by it. I think it's just because it's so thin. Alright, this is without any vorticity confinement as well. Now we have vorticity. Hell yeah, brother. I mean, that's definitely bouncing around and whatnot. You simulate evaporation now, what's next? Well, I'm glad you asked. The stage after evaporation is condensation. So, I mean, that's next. Unironically. I was going to film a video tonight, but I don't think I will. I think I'm pretty zoned in on this, you know? I'm honed in, I'm zoned in. Why is this starting wet? Alright, so it's all starting at 0, terrain surface water. Where is it possibly... Oh, is it because No. Precipitation 0, temperature 24. Where the fuck? Terrain surface water equals terrain surface water. Terrain water mass. Max. So why is it shiny? Oh, where did... Right, everything just fucking disappeared. I see. I just need to go and get our stuff back again. Initialize. Update all coords data. And then turn off Niagara. Right. Now we actually have our dude back. With the mask. I see, I see. That one's not even real. Okay. So then why... There we go. That was it. Right, so that's why we didn't have any height data either. Let me just save all real quick. Okay, yeah, so you can see we've got evaporation at the lakes, and also wherever rain has fallen. We are evaporating shit. That's the red values. And also from the ocean. And then that should be getting carried up at some point. I mean, I don't know where the sun is. Or is the sun going down? It's hard to fucking tell. Anyway, we need to... So we basically need to squeeze out in here. Atmosphere, hydro, shit. When we get the... So the humidity... I don't know. Hold on. Would you want the rainwater to evaporate immediately? You feel like that's a function of temperature? Yeah, it is a function of temperature. The air and the land temperature. Currently, it's just tuned very poorly. I'm trying to think whether the evaporation... I think the evaporation should be linear. Or like, based... I don't know how to explain it, but... Should be linear. Right, so what I want to do is the absolute humidity. Well, no, we want to do... What's the current temperature? So this is float. Air temperature. This is stat context. Stat context. Stat context. So air temperature, we need to do the float atmospheric ceiling. That's not how you spell ceiling. I before E, except after C. And then we need our float sea level. Then we need to do a map range. Fuck you. Range. I really need to pee again. You know what? I'm going to pee. I did just remember that, probably not relevant right now, but water has a harder time evaporating into already humid air. So we'd need to factor in the current humidity in the evaporation rate. Oh, you know, I can just fucking do that now. It's literally in here. Absolute humidity at surface. There it is. So that would just need to do some, you know, map range into here. But I don't give a fuck. Let's go back to here. Okay, so atmospheric ceiling and sea level. Oh, this is so fucky because it's like... Technically the simulation goes below sea level. I'm just going to get the grid. Execution index to unit. I'm just going to use 0 to 1 from here. Right, it was adiabatic. Is a float. Adiabatic cooling at limit. Bam. This. The air temperature. This. So this is true temperature. Blah, 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 blah. So this is temperature. And then for a given temperature, whatever, 0 to 1. So what's our, like... I don't know what our values are, you know? I feel like 10 is where this is kind of sitting. I mean, I can just... I can fuck with this one. So then this is our total... what's it called? This is the total maximum... humidity possible. So we need to do air absolute humidity minus air absolute humidity clamped, or sorry, minned over this. So we've just moved all our values around, blah, blah, blah. We've moved some humidity up. It's now cooled down. And so humidity... Right, let's say that our humidity is 10, but the air can now only hold 9. So choose the lower... no, not choose the lower... Oh, yeah, no, choose the lower value. So this is now 10. This is now 9. 10 minus 9 equals some value. Which now needs to be both subtracted from the humidity but also well, no, does it need to be subtracted from humidity? Because it should just be set to this, right? The min of the thing and the thing. Yeah. So fuck you. So this is the new humidity. This here. Let's just chuck that in. Air, abs, humidity. Fuck you. And then this gets added to the air condensation and then set as the new air condensation. Can I move that above humidity? Yeah. All right, this is so close to being functional. So close to the proof of concept. 2 weeks later. That gets added to the new air condensation. This is then the new humidity. Alright, let me get rid of the atmosphere hydro shit, which is just this precipitation. And then let me just make sure the condensation is functional by setting the initial condensation to 1. Right, it's not even being factored in. Or is it because... Oh, I think I know why. In this little fucker. Yeah, condensation wasn't even in there. So now that should be, yep. Black value. Right, we just have to wait for hot air to fucking do its thing. Let me just get the... well, no. The other thing is, So like whenever evaporation occurs and also whenever condensation occurs, the temperature should be dropping in those locations because of the latent heat. I don't fucking know. Basically, the phase change results in energy loss, which is temperature. Oh my god, are these gonna fucking ever... Anyway, let's go G value times 10, just so we can really see. G value times 10, right, okay, hold on. Right, so these are clouds, apparently. Now, I do want to reorder all of this shit. So I feel like humidity should be the last one. Or, so, yeah, the least prioritous. So it should be... And yeah, then I want clouds. Fuck. Shit. Hold on. This one going into there. This one going into there. This one going into there. Right. Right. Okay, so it looks like... You know, fuck, I'm gonna clean this up. Fuck. Okay, you know, you can just stay down there. Okay, let me get this fucking bullshit. So, if red channel goes into here, it's a lerp between 1 and red, then that goes into the B channel, yep, which is this guy. And then lastly, that goes into here, where we have this channel. And then that goes into here. And then that goes into the hydrology, and then the opacities are right there. Okay, cool. So, obviously what's happening is that I forgot, once again, to put in all the variables and shit. Adiabatic cooling at limit is -25, I guess. Sea level, atmospheric ceiling, I don't actually use. And then everything else is just stat context. So I think what's going wrong is that this is just like a nightmare. We're not getting any evaporation without condensation. So now we have evaporation. And I'm just going to speed up the Z, you know, the upward shit. Temperature gradient to velocity, we'll go like 10, fuck it. Get up there. Alright, so all of this should be Yep, it's all evaporating. All right, we're getting clouds. Again, way too soon. We want to get them, like, up here, obviously. Although it is... okay, well, it is nighttime now. Which means that, yeah, like, everything... This would be, like dew, you know? Where there's, like, humid air. And then it's nighttime, so everything cools down, and therefore... This essentially turns into... precipitation. How am I going to differentiate between... That's a fucking tough one. Alright, too much stuff. Where's hydrology shit gone? Hydrological shit. No, it's atmosphere hydro shit. There it is. Let's just say the maximum is 10. So what actually, I'll run this. Oh, fuck. What determines when a cloud rains? Rain forms when water droplets within a cloud grow large enough and heavy enough to overcome the upward air currents within the cloud and fall to the ground. This process is driven by condensation, where water vapor in the air cools and condenses into tiny droplets that collide and stick together, forming larger and larger drops. So I guess it's just past some... collide with each other in the cloud, they emerge, coalesce to form larger droplets. Okay, so I guess it's just like a critical mass, and then it produces precipitation. And then when precipitation occurs, they all bump into each other even more. So there is a feedback loop. All right, so we've got some moist air coming up. Is it ever going to cool down? Don't know. Alright, that's just never condensing, apparently. Although I never, I think I didn't put it back in. There was the... Where's your temperature shit? That's temperature per Z velocity difference. Hydro shit? No. Where is the Advect atmospheric values? Yeah, I was doing the temperature to be, like, subtracted by a very small amount. Which was going to be, yeah, delta time multiplied by giga small value. And then subtract that from here. Just so that the air cools down over time, like it would when it emits infrared. Right, moist air rising. Still no clouds forming. Should probably... Okay, that's like a lot of moistness. What's like this? Okay, well now we're getting clouds. Well, technically that's mist, right? Or fog. And this is sea fog. Or sea mist. Now we've got moist air rising. Rising, rising, rising. I guess that's now, yeah, these are like clouds right here. Now we're clouding. Although that's a fucking big-ass column of cloud. Pardon me. Okay. So when condensation here exceeds some value, so this is just going to keep adding and adding and adding to the condensation value. But then... Oh god, this is... Okay, this is very foggy. I guess because nighttime? Oh fuck, I don't know. Oh god. Right, we're just getting infinite clouds now, because the clouds can't actually drop their water. That's fucking terrifying. That should be raining. The clouds produce lightning. So lightning... It's an interesting one. I mean, yes. But there has to be the right conditions, you know? Like... I guess it's like the temperature is a big factor. And also like thunder clouds or like rain, you know, thunderstorms. Are really affected by... If there's like a big... Oh, it's saving. If there's a big column of cloud and it's raining all the way through it, then there's just like heaps of turbulence and friction and all that, and that's, you know, you get a lot of thingers. This is complicated? It is. It's impossibly complicated. But that's why it's fun. The players may use the lightning. I mean, the lightning will do its thing. Whether you can coax lightning to hit a certain spot or a certain thing. That's up to the player. We're getting some crazy wind values for some reason. I guess it's this, right? Let's just take it slow. Also, this is a surface render target. which is supposed to have the... Where is surface render target? Here. Can you give me the fucking temperature? Terrain surface temperature. Oh no, that's in the B channel of the wind stuff. But then I want the... So water values going in B. I should put the... Where's the sun exposure? You're going to go in G. And then I might actually put the temperature in the R channel rather than in the thingo. Although that does need to be divided by 10. Yeah, I just want to do real quick. The sun. Terrain material, blah, blah, blah. Where was I getting it from? That was temperature. This was... Right, it was the blue channel. No, that's to make it darker. Alright, I'll just do it over here, base color. Let's just get the... This is surface render target. Right, and this is the wind render target. So this is surface render target. The sun exposure is the G value. Sun is G. Well, I guess the sun is green, you know? So G, current sun exposure. How do I want to do this? Just add 0.5. And then multiply everything by that. So it will get half as dark and then twice as bright based on the sun. Hopefully then we'll be able to tell like when it's nighttime, when it's daytime, you know? So now it's nighttime. Well, it's becoming nighttime. You can see the lighting, you know, on the mountains. And so now everything should cool down. And then this may even precipitate, you know? We might get some dew. Some fogginess. I don't know how I do that. Haha. Oh, I guess I can, whenever I create precipitation, I can just do a distance from the terrain check. And instead of turning it into precipitation, which then advects downwards, I can just impart it directly to the water of the surface and whatnot. All right, let's get our... Look at this guy. What was R again? R is temperature. G is sun exposure. B is water content. All right. Simulation. Fucking. Oh god. I don't know how to do this. This bit's gonna get fucky. Hydro shit. Alright, so... precipitation... No, that's just the debug guy. You can just chill over there. So, condensation. Condensation needs an upper limit, right? past a certain condensation level, we start precipitationating. Now, what is that? Are the clouds generated by shaders? Yeah, it's all one big compute shader system. So, this whole thing is running in... You kind of think of it like stacked. Actually, I can even just show you right here. In like some stacked 2D render targets. So a volumetric render target. If I just get the... Let's just get our wind back in. So for example, this is the wind, like the wind velocity. Which I can just pump up. Pump up this little vortex that we've got going. Oh, wrong one. Like this. So these are all 128 by 128 render targets, and there's 32 of them. But these are all like a slice of a 3D fluid simulation pie, which ends up looking like this. It's a little bit glitchy, like you get some weird Z-order stuff, but yeah. Oh. Yeah. So this is the wind velocity, and I'm using the wind velocity to carry around a bunch of different values, like humidity, precipitation, temperature, condensation or clouds, all that kind of stuff. And then the temperature affects the velocity, because hot air rises, and that, yeah. It's just one big feedback loop of bullshit. And so the clouds are a result of... I need to actually put it back in. The clouds are a result of humid air rising up and cooling down as the air pressure drops. And then that squeezes all of the liquid out of the air into clouds. And then I'm just about to get the clouds to drop rain. But it's kind of hard. I mean, this whole thing's just a bit spasticated, you know? So, if the condensation crosses a threshold, again, we get the min of the condensation. Let's set that to like 10. And that becomes the new condensation value. However, so we min it and then subtract that from our new dude. So this, subtract that from our old dude. So this gives us the new precipitation to create. and also becomes the new condensation value. However, we want to do a feedback loop so that once precipitation starts occurring, so we get the current precipitation. I guess we'd have to do this, right? What's the order of this shit? Blah, 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 blah. Precipitation, this. But then if there is... So what, how much precipitation was I adding here? So the new precipitation level... If I just do a map... Let me just do a little map range. Why not? Map range precipitation... This is the value. The precipitation is between 0 and 1. Output. No, how do I fucking... I want the precipitation to draw out more of the condensation. Like more of it after this is applied. And then this is the new condensation. So this is added precipitation from adiabatic cooling. But then we need to do... And so that gets added in here. But then we also need to do... Yeah, current precipitation. I could subtract some value. 0.1. So if precipitation is a... Well, let's say if precipitation's above 0.5... No, it needs to be like more... I don't even know what values this exists at, though. Like, what was I adding here? Like, a fucking 100. That's stupid amounts. Like, if I just did that here, and we look at the precipitation, wherever the fuck it is. Right, I had that set to 100, which is a silly number. Wait, where is it? Oh, here. So this is precipitation, doing precipitation things. It's a funny looking shader. Well, okay, let's presume precipitation's at, like... Well, that's the thing, right, is that 1 unit of condensation should equal 1 unit of precipitation. And then... Is it just in here that I'm writing it to be a dumb value? No, precipitation, blah, blah, blah. Although in the... there. The precipitation gets moved around. Absolute humidity. Hydrological shit. Yeah, precipitation does its thing, which is some rate. Just go faster. I don't care. Or is it just in here that it's kind of fucky? Hello, lady cat. Aren't you a sweet girl? Precipitation was in here, so let's just chuck that up times 10. I actually want this to go... Yeah, I want the rain... Oh, God. To happen after... the thing. I can see some happening somewhere. Alright, let me just get things up higher. Now, obviously this needs heaps of balancing as well. Let's just chuck the fucking vortex down. Who cares? This will just stir shit up a little bit. It's just not... It's condensing way too quickly. Let's, slow that down a tiny bit. So basically, if precipitation is above 1, then I guess delta time some factor of delta. So get some fraction of the condensation if there is precipitation, and then subtract that from the new precipitation level, max that at 0, which is now the new condensation value. And then get this value and subtract the old value. Wait, do we subtract the old? What's the fucking? All right, subtract the amount. Do that, and then subtract that from the original value. From the original value. Where the fuck is it? Hemisphere hydro shit. So do this, then subtract that from this value, and that gives us the amount of extra precipitation here. Oh, once that gets maxed at 0. And that should be our precipitation feedback loop until the clouds go down to, like, you know, one condensation value. Which is like a fucking mess machine. I mean, if I just start this at air absolute humidity 5, we should just have... Okay, that's a fucking shit ton. Air absolute humidity 1? No. Okay, what about 2? Give me a fucking gradient, please. Oh my god. Air temperature starts at 24 degrees, humidity's at 10. Condensation, precipitation, blah, 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 blah. That was... Ah, I fucking... How does that... What button do I press to do that? It happens all the frickin' time. Must be M. Right, if humidity is at 1, then this is not super happy. If it's at 1.5... Right, then we get our gradient. So I kind of want it so that when humidity is at 10... It's 10 humidity... Let's just balance this to be not as fucked up. So this is current air temperature minus adiabatic cooling at limit, which is a negative value. Let's look up how much cooler is air where clouds are. No, like where? Oh, fuck's sake. How much cooler is air at cloud level? That's what I want to know. Yeah, 100 meters, 1 degree, but how many meters is... Oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna wing it. What if it's just linear? No, that doesn't make sense. Have I turned it off again? No. So current air temperature, which is 25. 25, blah, blah, blah. What did I set the humidity to be at first? It's at 10. Alright, let's set it to be 5 by default. Right, if it is linear, then... Do I want it to be going the other way? Like an inverse squared. Probably not, no. If it's negative 50... No, it can get... Yeah, whatever. Positive 50. Anything above that, I don't fucking care. Oh, I mean, that looked decent. That would be because the air is actually cooling. I don't want it to be... Fine, I'll just leave it like that. It's fine. It's fine. Again, it turned off. Fuck you. Right, is this gonna get rid of... So this should be getting rid of the... Oh, I guess there's no additional factor, right? Yeah, we're definitely not getting precipitation squeezed out. Oh, here we go, here we go. Okay, now they're nucleizing. Right, they are way up here. Right, so that's rain. Let's, wait, what did I have that at before? It was like 5 or something. Right, wasn't it? I guess it just takes a while to accumulate. And it would probably help if these were just normal values. Right, let's put the humidity at 1. Alright, where are my damn clouds? Hmm? Condensation equals this, blah, blah, blah. This guy. When humidity, let's say when humidity gets past 2. Sorry, when condensation gets past 2. Just dropped it. Okay, that's a weird feedback loop. All right. So now we're getting some... Well, yeah, it's a kind of funky little feedback, but... Only because we've got a really ridiculous starting parameter. So now we're getting clouds forming. And then eventually these clouds should precipitate. Precipitato. Oh, here's some. I feel like precipitation needs to be way, way sooner. Which is this. Let me just get rid of the little sprinkler. Right, there we go. So that's now raining. Raining down. That's wetting the ground. That's going to evaporate. It's going to do things. We are enshrouded in darkness. It's very overcast. Yeah. That should probably be this amount. Are you going to play Doom Dark Ages? No, I haven't. And I don't know if I will, because I don't really like shooters very much. The last Doom that I played was the original. The first Doom. Doom and Zoom. Hand in your gamer card. I don't hate shooters. I'm not the biggest fan, you know? I just don't find them very entertaining. Because, like, in the end, right? A first-person shooter is just like a click-and-point adventure, you know? Like, you look at the thing, you click it. You look at another thing, you click it. You look at another thing, you click it, you know? It's just not that engaging. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look, there's clouds. Are they gonna precipitate? Oh god, these clouds are getting quite cray-cray. Are they gonna precip? I'm watching. I'm waiting. Oh my god, hurry up. Oh, they're growing, they're growing. Oh, here's some. We are precipitating over the ocean, though. It's kind of lame. Right, it's raining. It's raining. It's raining. Barely. It's not enough to... Too much cloud, not enough rain. Although now that it's daytime, maybe we're gonna get more... Okay, so yeah, there's some precipitation. I guess we need to squeeze it even more. You ever made a game in mobile game development? No, I haven't. I've never made a game. Full stop. I'm a chronic tinkerer. That doesn't mean that I tinker with chronic. It means I'm perpetually sidetracked and doing silly things such as whatever this is. Oh, Lady Cat, what are you doing? Okay, but why is it red here? Oh, there's some rain. Look at it go. Any GitHub stuff? Not currently, but I will be. I'll be putting this on GitHub. Oh, there's like a big storm. Now, is that getting... That is getting rid of the clouds. So that should technically rain out soon. But I feel like it's just doing more and more. Like it's just feeding back. Why would that be? This is Unreal Engine. We are in Unreal Land. Yep. Okay, so it has rained out, but there's still... Yeah, the node graph is pretty iconic. So the condensation we do... Oh my god. Jeez, look at that. What is it, Lady Cat? Yeah, one sec. Let me just, so when I do this, and I then get this value, that's then the... Okay, no, that it is subtracting it from air condensation. Garvey, thank you. It definitely needs a ton of tweaking and balance, but it technically works to some degree. So I might even, I don't know, do I want to call it there for this system and then just sit on it for a while? Oh, actually, one more thing I want to do, atmosphere hydro shit, is based on the precipitation. Wherever there is precipitation. Hey, excuse me. Hoppin'. Yes. Hold on. Whenever there's precipitation, whatever the new precipitation is, I want to get some delta time of that. and then add that to the wind velocity, which I shouldn't be... Transfer terrain atmosphere. Okay, that should be fine. So then, yeah, we do vector wind velocity. That is not how we spell that. Stack context. We want to get the old, you know, I'll just get it here. Get. Yes, 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 Lady Cat. We'll go outside in a second. Vector wind velocity. Yes, I said hold on, please. Please hold on. Oh. Hmm? What? What? Hmm? Oops, that's not it. What's wrong, chicken? So whenever there's precipitation now, it's going to create a downdraft. Yes, hold on, Lady Cat. I said hold on, please. So if I just do this guy here... What? This should create a downdraft wind. Let me also turn that vortex off. Let me get this in. Okay, yeah, there's the downdraft. Is it? Yeah, it is doing it. I mean, I can just test it by going... okay, that's a bad example. Hydro shit. Multiply this by, like, -10, you know? Go ham on it. There it is. So that's just sucking down. Really sucking. Alright, so now I should be able to plug in... Lady Cat, what is it? Hmm? Ow. Ow. You're so funny. No idea whether this looks very wide or color. That was just the wind velocity. Why is this not dicking down here? It's like it's getting evaporated immediately. I guess it's just not falling as much. Probably a goodish thing, right? You reckon, Lady Cat? Hmm. All right. Yes, yes, yes. We'll go outside. Okay, we will go outside. Okay. Yes, just chill. Okay, just chill. I said just chill. Oh. Alright, I'm going to let this cat outside. Oh god, what oh, shit. Oh, right, okay, that's the dew point. Is that because the evaporation was so... Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Excuse me, chicken. Okay. I'm just gonna let this run while I take this cat out. Alright, what happened while I was... Oh, the stream's dying. Classic. Oh, we're getting some rain? Very cool. Yeah, my stream's struggling. Adam! Adam man. Thank you so much for the sub. Sorry, my internet is just dying so bad. I think we're gonna raid while we can. And we're gonna raid Mort. I think one thing I need to do with this is diffuse the precipitation. Alright, well, thanks everyone for hanging out. Looks like my internet's sort of back now. But yeah, thanks everyone for chilling. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. My internet, it die.
Prismatic